Let me know when we're live. Okay. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum, I am calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10:11 a.m. on May 7th, 2020. My apologies to the public for the slight delay in getting started, but I think we're all set to go. I just want to start by wishing everybody the best, hoping everybody and their families are healthy and safe and being careful. We have a long meeting today. My guess is that we'll go between 3 and 4 hours, and we'll take a break. If it looks like we're going to go much longer than 3 hours, we'll take a longer break for lunch, but we'll make that call as we see how it goes. Because we have such a full meeting, I am actually not going to make any other comments, and we'll just jump right into the agenda. Erica, if you could change the slide, please. Thank you. The first item on the agenda, since I'm not making additional comments, is approval of minutes from previous meetings. We have one set of minutes to approve, and that's from our previous meeting on April 3rd, 2020. Can I ask the commission, have you had a chance to review these minutes, and are there any questions or comments? Then Commissioner McBride, can I ask for a motion to approve the minutes, please?
So moved.
Can I ask Commissioner Tittle for a second?
Second.
All in favor? We have to do, I'm sorry, a voice vote. Commissioner Tittle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner Doyle?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the minutes from our last meeting on April 3rd, 2020. My thanks to Christopher Smith for his work in getting those minutes ready and up to speed. The next item on the agenda is the executive director's report. Before
excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner Tittle.
I have a motion to make regarding previous minutes.
Okay, I thought we just
A different set of previous minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. So the April 3rd motion was carried unanimously, and you're not asking to change that. But which set of minutes, Commissioner Tittle, would you like to review? And
March 5th, please.
March 5th. Okay. And if my records are correct, we previously did approve those minutes?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead with your motion, please.
I move to amend the minutes for the March 5th, 2020 public meeting with respect to Core Empowerment, LLC, MRN 281865, changing the line reading, the chairman noted that this is an economic empowerment application, to the chairman noted that this was an expedited applicant based on DBE status.
Okay, and that is correct. That's certainly consistent with my notes. So thank you for catching that. Mm-hmm. Can I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Tittle made the motion to amend the March 5th minutes, seconded by Commissioner McBride.
Flanagan.
Pardon?
Commissioner Flanagan, second the motion.
Sorry, I apologize. Let the record show that Commissioner Tittle made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Tittle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner Doyle?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously passed the motion to amend the March 5th, 2020 meeting minutes. Thank you. Any other topics with respect to minutes, or can we move on to the executive director's report? Okay. Before I turn it over to Sean to go through his standard report, I would like to turn the floor over to Commissioner Tittle to make a comment about the social equity program. Commissioner Tittle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate the 126 social equity program participants. I know that our staff had planned a great event for them that I'm sure that we will get to do eventually, but for now, just wanted to congratulate them on completing the program. I wish them the best. I want to thank Shakia Scott and Alyssa Flores on Erica Chabelli's team for running the program, and also the vendors, Greenlight, Four Trees, Marketing Edge, C3RN, Point 7, and MRCC, and looking forward to welcoming the second cohort.
Thank you, Commissioner Trano. I'm sure your opinion is shared by all the rest of the commissioners, so thank you very much for that, and congratulations. Mr. Executive Director, can we turn it over to you for your report, please?
Sure. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll wait for the slides to catch up here before I jump too far in. The first item, though, is just a highlight of some of the licensing data inside the Mass Cannabis Industry Portal. As you know, the full data set is available, will be available at the public meeting materials, but in an effort to save time and get to the business, I just wanted to highlight some elements. The first one is that there are 32 applications pending in the portal that are all 4 packets, or now 1 full application has been submitted. That is a significant decrease over the past several months. Those are applications that, like I said, are awaiting their first reviews, so they've not yet been evaluated by staff. There are a number of applications that have already received their first review that might have received a request for additional information, but we continue to process at a pretty good rate, and I think we're getting into that queue pretty significantly, making a large dent in those reviews. So I wanted to highlight that. There are currently 40 applications awaiting your consideration today. That is consistent with the trend over the past few months of increasing that volume. There are 141 applications that are currently awaiting a third-party response. Again, that's a significant uptick. Those third-party responses being fingerprint, as well as the municipal responses relative to the location. So we did send out a bulletin recently relative to fingerprinting, which just noted that we may place conditions at the provisional stage as far as the fingerprints are concerned, but fingerprinting is still available, just in a much smaller scale, and certain locations have been closed. So,
but there are open locations in Massachusetts still, Sean?
There are, yes. Although the volume is significantly decreased, and it really depends on the location and the type of location, whether it be in a strip mall or it be a third-party location. So it varies across the state. So some of our applicants have definitely seen their appointments canceled, sometimes canceled abruptly based on closures, but they are able to secure them. But obviously those time slots are now even more competitive as a result, too, knowing that the fingerprint is not just limited to cannabis businesses, but is a statewide contract available for a myriad of industries and professions. So with that in mind, the bulletin does indicate that applicants should not seek a waiver from the fingerprinting requirement, but it may be a condition that's placed on applications at the provisional stage, but it should be and must be completed prior to a final license.
Okay, thank you.
And the last data point here is just an update on patient registrations. As you'll see, there's a significant uptick still in patient registrations. March, we saw 63,720 active certified patients. And for April data, we see 72,502. So that is something we're still seeing a surge in, but it's also something we've still been able to meet that demand with processing as well.
Great. Thank you. Are there any questions for the Executive Director on these data? Thank you, Sean. Next topic.
I believe the next topic here was an update on the 10 goals that the Commission in November set for me as the Executive Director, and I wanted to give the Commission an update on those goals. You'll see here a quick highlight is 3 of those goals are, in my estimation, of course, 100% complete. I'd certainly welcome any feedback on that. 2 of the 10 are at 75%, 3 of the 10 at 50%. 1 is at 25%, and 1 of the goals has not yet been, admittedly not yet started. However, I think there's some context there that would be helpful. At the same time, you'll see that we're making significant progress as an agency and certainly as a staff. To get into them specifically, the first goal was to improve efficiencies in our licensing process to get that initial evaluation, that first review, down to within 60 days. I estimate that that's currently at 50%, but as I just indicated in some of the data, we've made a real large dent in that queue, as well as made significant process improvements in our efficiency in systems. So I think that's something where we continue to focus on and really been a theme, especially amongst that licensing team. I don't know if you want me to go through all of them.
Why don't you go
together
through them
or
all,
if
and
you
then I'll give the commission an opportunity and make comments or ask questions. So why don't you go through them all, if you wouldn't mind, Sean?
Sure. So the second goal here is to develop mechanisms to intake, acknowledge, and assign inquiries from anybody, whether it be constituents, stakeholders, applicants, licensees, you name it, within 24 hours of receipt, and then providing a response, at least an update within the next 24 hours. So here is, I think, again, I'm being conservative in saying 50%. It has been a major theme across the entire agency, our customer service, as well as our responsiveness. And we do have, between patient support, constituent services, as well as investigators and compliance officers and licensing staff, a lot of inquiries that do come into the commission. We have developed a case management system, which I'll get to in a few goals here, but I think we've really made strides in trying to be more responsive. Of course, that's a very subjective standard, and folks do call the agency and unfortunately at times do have to wait for a response or wait to talk to somebody. We're mindful of that. I think we're very sensitive to it, and so that's why I'm describing this as being 50% complete. The next goal was, number 3, was to get patient registrations, including renewals, processed and evaluated within 1 week. I'm describing this as being 100% complete. The reason for that is, as I just indicated, that we of course did not expect this surge in registrations. That said, we did upgrade our technology on this, and we're now able to automate a lot of those registrations, especially the initial registrations. If the applicant or the patient updates their registration or certification with a valid driver's license and has an active certification, and also based on the change that the commission made relative to waiving patient fees, we are able to process and automate that registration or that renewal. Those applications that may not be automated include those that might submit an ID that is not a valid driver's license, where we could not enjoy the API back to the RMV. So we do get to those within that week's time frame, though. So I think that's something we're making progress on. One element that I think is worthy of the commission's information is that we're also planning on bringing the pediatric application into that same environment, and we're hoping to do that by June. So that's something that's another development that now that we control the technology there, as far as it being the patient portal under the commission's exclusive control, we're able to make those system enhancements a lot more efficiently, and we can control the timing as well as the development of that. Number 4 was to develop and submit and secure an FY21 budget proposal that identifies and meets the commission's needs based on the mission statement, strategic goals, and the needs of overseeing the industry, as well as developing and executing a spending plan based on those operational needs. I can confidently say we've submitted an FY21 budget proposal that I think does meet the commission's needs. We've also advocated for it with the various stakeholders at the State House, including the administration, House and Senate Ways and Means. At the same time, as I think anyone can acknowledge and has read, the FY21 budget process is one that is still very much in process because of a lot of the developments relative to revenue. So we certainly have submitted it. Where I'm describing this as 75% complete is that we're still in the midst of that budget development season. Normally, the House Ways and Means Committee and the full House would have already proposed and adopted their version of the budget. The Senate would be getting into the swing of things as far as their consideration, but this is certainly a unique time, and we continue to monitor that situation as frequently and as aggressively as we can. But again, I think FY21 is going to turn into one of those years that at this point is at least unpredictable, and we're hoping to collaborate as best we can with, again, the administration as well as the various House and Senate committees. So I do describe this one as being 75% complete at this point.
Thanks.
Number 5 is to develop and deploy a complete enterprise-wide case management system to complete system of records for applicants and licensees, as well as any field interactions, interview discussion notes, and licensing notices and other filings. This is a tool that we've just deployed in the past few weeks, starting first with our licensing and enforcement teams, but will end up being an enterprise-wide, agency-wide system, which is our full case management system. We are leveraging the Microsoft Dynamics platform. It is totally, from a workflow standpoint, been developed and designed by staff. The goal there is to bring in our existing workflows into an automated system environment where we can then keep track of each and every step as it occurs. This is something we have now live. What we're doing is we've uploaded a lot of data to it. We're reconciling that data with our various systems that really operated in a piecemeal fashion prior. This will be our centralized tool that we intend to use. The licensing staff primarily is in that system right now and updating those data in those workflow steps to make sure that when we commissioners as well as other departments in the agency are able to access it, that everything is live and up to date. So this has been deployed. We're currently in the system. We intend to use it across the entire agency, but again, the focus at the very outset has been licensing, as well as our investigations team, so that when they do inspections, that it's able to reconcile back to that licensee, as well as that entity and all the licenses that they may have. So this has been a long time coming. Really, I should have mentioned, and I will continue to mention, that all of these are really staff-led and driven as far as not just myself personally, but also the various departments within the agency. This has been a really heavy lift for our IT department, which time and time again has stepped up and really led a lot of these projects. Those projects, though, are informed by all the users in that system. So the goal, ultimately, I do describe this as being 100% complete, but the goal is to provide commissioners that real granular insight into our application process. So if anyone does reach out to anyone across the agency, including commissioners, this does tie back to that 24-hour response. You'll have access to information in real time and not have to chase it down, as we often sometimes are required to do. So this is 100% complete. At the same time, there's still more work to do in fully ingraining it in our DNA across the agency.
Thanks.
That's
Next slide,
the
Erica.
first 5. Number 6 is to implement a system for employee performance evaluations with identifiable goals and metrics, not unlike this progress report to you. I describe this as being 25% complete. The reason there is I think there's a lot of employee relation elements going on across the entire agency. And so this is cascading in a way from other activities that we're doing. And so I'll get to some of those, but I do describe this as being 25% complete. We do have, I think, a system we intend to use and roll out over the summer. Of course, any number of things have interrupted our ability to collaborate as a staff, one of them being our remote situation currently. At the same time, we do have a plan in place and we intend to execute against it over the summer, which is why I'm describing this as being 25% complete. The goal, which I indicated was not yet started, was to work on a 2-year staffing plan. Where the context I want to provide for you here is that as part of our budget development process, we did engage department heads as well as commissioners in thinking about where we'd like to go as an agency over the next several years. So department heads in particular were asked to think about their specific departments, their needs, and what really a goals-oriented budget of where they intend to go. We then, I think, had to make some decisions about prioritizing, trying to weave things together across the whole agency. So that really did put in place a good mechanism to think about a potential 2-year staffing plan. At the same time, I want to be sincere about this and say we haven't focused directly on that staffing plan, but we do have the good bones to get into that process and also re-engage those department heads based on the goals they've identified. So it's something we do intend to get to. It's a matter of what are the resources available to start doing some of those things. So again, I think we've at least started it in spirit. At the same time, I want to be sincere about saying we have not yet focused specifically and exclusively on a 2-year staffing plan. This next one, number 8, is to institute an annual survey to evaluate employee satisfaction. Again, I'm describing this one as being 50% complete. We do have, again, I think a system and a software we intend to use. The goal here is not to simply release a survey monkey or some other platform to employees just to simply check the box and say, do you enjoy working at the commission? Things we want to actually engage, or do you trust us as an employer? Do you feel safe in this agency, in this environment? Evaluate our culture and really get into, I think, again, a sincere effort to evaluate employee satisfaction, knowing that it really will help us evaluate things like employee recruitment as well as retention as well. So we do have a vendor and a platform in mind. And this is something as well we're going to plan to roll out over the summer, hopefully when we're able to return to the office and really re-engage our employees directly, despite the fact that I think we've done a good job in this remote environment. It's just not easy to really test things like satisfaction sincerely. So that's what I'm describing as being 50% complete with every intention and plan in place to get to 100%. Number 9, again, based on employee relations here, is develop and institute an employee handbook. that balances the commission's mission, as well as creating a great place to work while instilling a clear, manageable operational policies and procedures. This I'm describing as being 100% complete. The handbook itself is in a final draft form. What needs to be done next is roll it out to staff. We also launched an intranet over the past few months, put it there, but the idea behind the handbook is not just to release it and check the box and say that it's done, but instead now use that to engage our employees on other goals that are listed here, including the performance management or evaluations, as well as evaluating employee satisfaction. This was the first key element that had to get done and now allows us to cascade those others or sequence those other goals. But the handbook is in a final form. It'll be rolled out to department heads as well as staff over the next few weeks or days at this point. But it is complete and done and hopefully able to be circulated. Lastly, but not least at all, is to continue to anticipate and meet all legislatively mandated deadlines. 75% complete. The reason I'm describing that as 75% complete is we continue to have deadlines and mandates that need to get met, and until we satisfy all of them, we will not be complete in that objective. So that's the 10 goals. I think we've made really significant progress. I don't take a lot of credit for them. I think it's really a staff-led and agency-wide effort. These goals have really cascaded down to our department heads and through our department heads to each of our employees, and has really been ingrained into the culture of our agency. And it's a lot of work to do. What this doesn't also consider is all the other curveballs that get thrown to us on a daily basis. So at the same time, I think we've properly focused and gotten a lot of this work done. And I'm happy to take any questions or comments the commission might have.
Thank you very much, Sean. I really appreciate that update. I've got a couple comments myself, but let me ask my fellow commissioners, do you have any questions or comments for the executive director, Commissioner McBride? Off mute, please.
Yep. So on the employee handbook, that's great that is together, and I know we've all received it for review. One question I had was how we are anticipating, and this is a bit of a rhetorical question probably at this point in time, because I don't know that anyone can answer this. How are we anticipating changes that might come about with regard to the office in response to, potential social distancing measures, COVID-19 related changes, and integrating those pieces into anything, including a handbook or other policies? What's the thinking on how we're going to do that?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Oh, please, of course. I'm sorry. I just assumed you were going to answer. I didn't think I needed to give you permission. Go ahead.
So I think it's a great question, and it's certainly a sign of the times. There are other elements that the handbook being the biggest piece among them. However, there are other elements that I think will sort of bridge off of or build off of the handbook, including an operations guide, etc. Knowing that the handbook will really sit above all of that as being, this is our operating principles and guide and sort of the real key cog amongst our operational principles. There are other elements of purchase reforms, time off request, and now an operations guide. We are working right now with the city of Worcester as our landlord, knowing that we've just occupied their facility, as well as our landlord in Boston at 50 Franklin Street, to identify some of the spacing questions that we might have. We're also waiting at this point on some guidance as to when we might be able to return to work, what it would look like. So we're following along as far as best practice is considered, but I think where we would look to amend, if necessary, any of our operational things may not be the handbook, but it may be the things that the handbook references as far as operations. We have engaged, like I said, conveniently, a lot of our workstations are themselves 6 feet apart. At the same time, that does not account for someone sitting in a chair in the middle of a workspace. And so when this information does get shared with us, as well as any employer, we'll obviously evaluate it and consider it and relay it as soon as possible to our employees. But I think everyone is waiting for some of that extended guidance, either from the federal government or from the state government, on what the situation might look like as far as returning. But we do have a lot of ideas and intentions of building off of the handbook with other, whether it be documents or guides or directives. So I think returning to work is something we all look forward to doing, but not until we're able to do it safely. We also are keeping in mind that some of our staff work in the field as well. And so their work day situation may not, we need to consider that as well. And so workstations, offices, conference rooms, those are things I think we're being really sensitive to and want to make sure if we do return, when we do return, that we can accommodate it. So at this point, though, it's really waiting on some additional guidance and making sure we can be consistent. But we have engaged the City of Worcester in particular, and we're grateful that they've been a real valuable landlord and asset to us, not only as a city government, but also again as our landlord.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, do you have an additional comment?
Thank you for that. So I'm glad to hear that we're thinking about the actual physical location. I guess I'm also asking about the thoughts that we're giving to things like accommodating schedules, accommodating hours. I think there are folks that are going to have a lot of responsibilities that they didn't anticipate even a couple of months ago. And so, again, it's not to suggest that we should have an answer for it right now, because I know everyone is in the same boat across the Commonwealth and indeed, across the country in many areas. So to the extent that, our Director of Human Resources and you and others are having conversations even outside of the commission with, folks in HRD or, other agencies to start to develop what those policies are going to look like, I would be really interested in hearing about the development of those policies, because I think that putting people first there while also understanding that we have an agency to run, right? It's a tricky balance, and it's something that is going to take a lot of work. So I appreciate the work that's gone into this handbook, and I'm glad that now we have something that we can at least lean on in a normal time and hopefully add to in these particular instances. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Are there any other?
Chairman,
I'm sorry, Mr. Executive Director.
I think that Commissioner McBride raised a good point as far as accommodating work schedules, as well as sort of how we're thinking about knowing that for a lot of folks, their work situation changed when we went remote, but this ordeal has really caused a lot of personal lives to change as well. So the handbook we do propose does have, it does accommodate alternative work schedules just as a theme, and I think that's something that we were thinking about it and trying to propose even prior to this, but that could be something we leverage. It does allow for a work from home approach with the approval of a supervisor. So we do, regardless of the situation we're currently within, we do anticipate maintaining those policies. What we've also done is we're developing a bit of a internal work team or task force, or it's all internal, so it's more of an operations team that will react to any guidance that does come out. We will not return to our offices until that group is able to hash through some of those recommendations as they come about. At the same time, we would also anticipate having a plan in place and relaying it to employees, but then asking each of our department heads and managers to engage their staff directly to see that we can, if necessary, accommodate our employees, but also what is the safest and most efficient way to return to work, knowing that, like I said earlier, people's personal lives have changed as a result, and we want to be a good employer. We also, I think, have proven that we are able to work remote and do so productively and safely. So all of that is taken in balance, but we do have a plan to bring an operations team together and really work through all those details.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Are there any other questions or comments on this from other commissioners? Okay. Let me just say one thing and ask one question. Best practice on this is to not make it a document that you create and then look at 12 months after the fact and say, how do we do? So I think the kind of midterm update that you provided us, Mr. Executive Director, is really valuable and helpful. And I think I share your assessment. I think we're doing very well, given that we're 6 months into it. This is, I think, pretty strong performance across the entire list. One of the reasons that it's best practice to make this a living document and not just put it in a drawer for 12 months is to not just assess how we're doing against these, but to assess, are they still relevant? Are they still meaningful, given the change in circumstances that we've just been talking about? Do any of these not make sense any longer? So I just wanted to ask if you're still comfortable that these 10 goals are relevant, attainable, and should not be changed given the change in circumstances?
I think they're certainly attainable. I think we've tried to demonstrate that. For some, we've prioritized amongst the 10. But to your question about change in circumstances, I mentioned at the outset that these are things that I think are just now ingrained in a lot of our operating goals internally, as far as myself and each of the department heads, and we talk about them on a weekly basis as far as our progress, and we've also doled them out across different departments. So a lot of folks are working toward these goals on whether it be a daily basis or certainly a weekly basis. At the same time, we've had to respond to a lot of different changed circumstances, and I think the chief amongst them is the fact that we're now remote and not able to collaborate in person, and also those operational elements that it presents. So we've relayed a lot of new information to our licensees and applicants relative to closures and administrative orders and bulletins. At the same time, that fits at least a lot of these themes that are in the 10 goals as far as being responsive and available to licensees. The other ones that I would not change, because I think it really speaks to the culture we're trying to build here in the agency, is a lot of these employee satisfaction and handbook and others, and 2-year staffing plans, because I think all of that hopefully sends the proper message to staff that even in these challenging times, they remain a priority. They are still a priority. And we want to make sure that they know that the handbook, I think, is chief amongst them as well, is this is our commitment to you as our employee, and this is what we're asking for you in return as our employee. So I think that those are things that I wouldn't change at all. And I think that so at this point, it's hard for me to say we should change goals or drop any off. I think we're all striving to meet them. But I think just having that in the back of your minds, that we're also responding on a daily basis to a lot of different adjustments and changes and curveballs. And I think hopefully doing well in reacting to them as well. So it is tough to jump on 10 different things on a daily basis, knowing that there's 5 other things that might come out of left field.
Okay. Well, thank you. I said I appreciate you doing this. I think the performance and progress has been great, even under normal circumstances. So I appreciate it and thank you. I think there's one more topic in your report, Mr. Executive Director. Is that correct, on inspections?
That is correct. So I mentioned at our previous meeting or previous meetings the idea of considering and trying to develop a plan for virtual inspections, and also when we might be able to focus on and return to, in some ways, normal inspections that will occur in person as well as in their normal environment. So we have developed a plan relative to virtual inspections. We're intending to pilot it. The reason I describe it as a pilot is this is not something we've done before, and we don't want to pretend as though we're going to get it perfect out of the gate, and we want to be open-minded and be honest about the fact that we, along with licensees, are going to be learning during this process. So we have developed, I think, a strong pilot. That said, I think it is a strong pilot. I think it's also it's doable and it's achievable. So what this will require, to give some highlights of that plan, is that the commission as well as the licensee will mutually agree to the virtual inspection, and we intend to use real-time video and audio access. The simplest way I can describe it is similar to a tablet using a FaceTime or some sort of other video chat feature. Inspections may include a virtual component as well as an on-site visit, depending on the complexity of the licensee, the facility, and obviously any safety considerations we should consider. Those virtual components might be document review, interviews, etc. But if we do need to lay eyes on the facility and physically be there, we can hopefully check off a lot of what would be done during the normal inspection, get a lot of that paperwork, so to speak, out of the way prior to. All these virtual inspections will require a subsequent in-person inspection once we are able and safely able to do so. That is primarily because if, let's say, for instance, it's a cultivation facility, we're doing a virtual inspection. We want to make sure that we do enter that facility. We do see the spaces, we do see the rooms, we're able to measure the rooms, etc. But I also want to make sure that the safety of our employees and the employees of the facility is for the interim, of course, our first priority. So we will require that there be a subsequent, not so much a re-inspection, but an in-person visit. We are requiring at least 2 investigators or compliance officers to participate in these inspections, one to be the lead investigator or compliance officer, and someone else as a witness to take notes. So that way there's not a distraction occurring, but also there's 2 folks from our end that are participating in creating that record. At first, what we're hoping to do, again, to get our feet under us with this, is conducting re-inspections. I would describe a re-inspection as an inspection that occurred that might have identified some deficiencies. Those deficiencies would have been noticed to the applicant, to the licensee, and it might be some things that just need to get re-inspected or reviewed to then move that license along through our process. So it wouldn't be a full-fledged inspection. It would be really following up on those items that were identified after the first inspection. Vehicle inspections, the reason I think those are being prioritized at this point is because there are a lot of medical dispensaries and medical marijuana facilities that are seeking to add delivery as an element of their operations now, especially in light of the current situation. If they're adding a new vehicle that we've not previously inspected, we do require that each and every vehicle be inspected. The other things we do check for is the vehicle registered and insured, and also understanding what your plans of operation for those vehicles are as far as the two-way communication back to the facility, etc. But the physical vehicle does need to be inspected so we understand what the vehicle is and making sure that it's properly outfitted for that transport. Post-final license inspections is the very last inspection required to get a commence operations. The 2 things we predominantly check for in that inspection are compliance with metric, as well as reconciling inventory that is physically at the location and the inventory we are able to see within metric, as well as the agent registrations, ensuring that those background checks have been completed. Here again, that's something we think we can do virtually, although it's something we would normally, in the normal course, require an in-person visit for. Other things that we're looking at as far as the feasibility, we're really trying to engage licensees directly because there's going to be one outlier that I think might be feasible in the context of a virtual inspection, but it's hard to say that cultivation, retail, or product manufacturing as a blanket statement would be eligible, would be feasible. And so our investigators and compliance officers are working now with each of the folks that have had a license inspection either delayed or rescheduled to consult that feasibility. But those were the ones that, at least as a cohort, I think we can get to. We've already gotten to some of these and scheduled some of these in hopefully the short term. As I indicated, this is really a pilot. We want to learn from it. We'll modify accordingly after we ourselves gather some experience and also solicit feedback from licensees. And to be clear about this as well is we are planning on also getting out and seeing outdoor cultivation facilities. We're planning to do that though in person through our normal course as far as the inspection is concerned. However, the normal course right now requires proper social distancing and other safety precautions, and we intend to adhere to that at all instances. So that's a very global or broad update as far as virtual inspections, but I did want to give the commission an update on that and seek any comments or questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I know that the commissioners had an opportunity to weigh in with you and the staff on this issue. Appreciate the effort, but let me ask commissioners any questions or comments for the Executive Director on this issue. If I could then, Mr. Executive Director, can you just amplify what you said, I think, about kind of the timing of rollout, and have we done any of these yet? Just if you could just kind of give us an update on the status of this. I recognize that things will change as we learn, but where are we right now?
So we have done a virtual inspection. We are scheduling others so that we are underway right now as far as getting those on the books. And as I indicated, really it's a two-way street, making sure that the licensee is able to accommodate that style, that real-time video and audio access. And the other thing on the outdoor cultivation piece, which I failed to mention, is we are keenly aware and very sensitive to the fact that this is the growing season. We want to make sure that we're able to get to those facilities to make sure they can move along in the licensing process, and make sure that this does not disrupt their another season that they would not be able to take full advantage of. So we are underway in scheduling those as well, and trying to, as I mentioned earlier, some inspections will require a virtual component as well as the on-site visit. As much information as we can get up front and virtually, even in the context of outdoor cultivation, we will try to do that to minimize any risk when we're on site. So, but we're underway right now. We have done at least one virtual inspection and scheduling others right now.
Thank you. Very grateful to you and to the entire investigations and compliance team for both your commitment as well as the creativity you're showing in terms of how to work through these challenging times. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments on this topic for the executive director? Are there any other topics that you would like to cover, Mr. Executive Director?
Not at this time, no. Okay.
Well, then, thank you very much. If we could, let's move into the next agenda item, which are licensing topics, starting with changes of ownership. Let me first introduce Suko Defoe. Are you there? Can you say hi?
I'm here, Chairman. Good morning.
Morning, Suko. Suko is a new face in these meetings. She works with Kyle Potvin, our licensing director. Kyle is out sick today, and we decided rather than put him through the agony of going through all these applications and all these changes while he was not feeling well, that Suko was more than adequate to fill in. So, Suko, welcome.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your presence here today, and hope this isn't as bad as you think it's going to be. So let's start, if we could. We have 5 recommendations for changes of ownership. We will treat each of these separately for discussion and vote. So Ms. Defoe, if you could just start with Baked Bean LLC.
Okay, Baked Bean LLC is the licensee. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license. There is one individual requesting to acquire ownership and control interest over the license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends review and decision on this request for ownership and control, and if approved, request the approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. Are there questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, can I ask for a second?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Votes, please. Commissioner Doyle?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation for Baked Bean LLC. Thank you very much. Next is Caregiver Patient Connection LLC. Ms. Defoe.
As you stated, Caregiver Patient Connection LLC is the licensee. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. There is one entity requesting to acquire ownership and control interest over the licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends review and decision on this request for ownership and control, and if approved, request the approval be subject to conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Title, would you make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Doyle, can I ask for a second?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion, to seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on Caregiver Patient Connection LLC. Next up is Grass Appeal LLC. Ms. Defoe.
Grass Appeal LLC is the licensee. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. There's one individual requesting to acquire ownership and control interest over the licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends review and decision on this request for ownership and control, and if approved, request the approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. Are there questions or comments? And can I ask Commissioner Flanagan, please make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, can I ask for a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Grass Appeal LLC. Next up is Mass Yield Cultivation LLC. Ms. Defoe?
Mass Yield Cultivation LLC is the licensee. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license. There is one individual requesting to acquire ownership and control interests over the license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends review and decision on this request for ownership and control, and if approved, request the approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Are there questions or comments? Okay, then Commissioner Doyle, can I ask for a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Tile, can I ask for a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Your vote, Commissioner Doyle?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Mass Yield Cultivation LLC. Last up, Nova Farms LLC. Ms. Defoe?
Nova Farms LLC is the licensee. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 5 adult use licenses. There is one individual and one entity requesting to acquire ownership and control interests over the licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends review and decision on this request for ownership and control, and if approved, request the approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Are there questions or comments? Then can I ask, I hope I'm alternating, can I ask Commissioner McBride, please, to make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Flanagan, can I ask for a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved staff recommendation on change of ownership for Nova Farms LLC. Thank you very much, Zuko. This isn't so bad, is it?
No, sir.
Not so far, right?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to next, which is change of location. We have one here, Liberty Compassion Incorporated. Ms. Defoe?
Liberty Compassion, Inc. is the licensee. They have a medical marijuana treatment center provisional license for dispensing that is currently located at 147 Revolutionary Drive, number 4, located in Taunton, Massachusetts. They are seeking to relocate their dispensing location to 591 Albany Street, located in Boston, Massachusetts. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the review and decision on this request for the change of location, and if approved, request that the approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. Are there questions or comments? Great. Then could I ask Commissioner Title, please, to make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Doyle, can I ask for a second?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation for change of location for Liberty Compassion Incorporated. Thank you. That's it for change of location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. So we're next on renewals. As we've done in previous meetings, it's the intention to treat them as a roster unless any individual commissioner has asked for one or more to be removed from the roster consideration. In the case of the renewals that are in front of the commission today, there are no requests that I've received from commissioners to remove any one of these from the roster. However, Commissioner Flanagan has requested that we consider two universal conditions on these renewals, which I will read. And then, unless there's a need for discussion, ask for a motion to approve all of these renewals subject to the conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. So if it's okay, Commissioner Flanagan, I'll read your two requests for conditions.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The request is for all adult use renewals. Commissioner Flanagan moves that within 90 days of the removal of the state of emergency declaration, all adult use licensees must notify the Cannabis Control Commission of updated actions taken on the plans to positively impact disproportionately harmed people. And second, for all adult use renewals, Commissioner Flanagan moves that within 90 days of the removal of the state of emergency declaration, all adult use licensees must notify the Cannabis Control Commission of updated actions taken on diversity plans. Are there questions or comments either on the renewal roster or on the specific motion that Commissioner Flanagan has requested? Then I would like to ask for a motion to approve the roster, the staff recommendation for renewals across the entire roster, subject to the two conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Title, can I have such a motion, please?
Sorry, just a question first.
Sure.
Are we voting on the medical marijuana treatment center renewals as well? We're taking them all together.
Yeah, I think unless there's a reason not to, we can do them all together.
Can I just read the additional condition in the materials for medical marijuana treatment centers?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Can I read the additional condition?
Sure.
Within 60 days, the licensee shall submit their program to provide reduced cost or free marijuana to patients with documented verified financial hardship as required under 501-050-1H. The submission shall include a progress update on implementing the plan, if applicable, and the website where the plan is posted, if applicable.
Okay.
Okay, so moved.
Thank you. So just make sure that the motion that you've just made is clear to all of us. So the motion is to approve the roster with the universal conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan, as well as the condition that you just articulated as it relates to medical dispensaries.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. So let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on renewal subject to the conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. We have, I think, five final licenses. Again, we will treat these as a roster. I am not aware of any request for removal of any of these from the roster. Ms. Defoe, is there anything that you care to raise on any of these five final license applications?
Not at this time, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion to approve? Okay. Then can I ask Commissioner McBride, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on final licenses?
So moved.
Can I ask for a second from Commissioner Title?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on final licenses. Thank you very much. I think that the pace is going to slow down now since we have 40, if my count is correct, provisional licenses, as is our policy and procedure. We will consider these individually. We will consider any entity that has multiple applications. We will consider as one entity, but we will take separate votes on them. But this one, I think, let's get started on, if it's okay with you, Ms. Defoe, and I'll probably suggest that we take a break, maybe halfway through it, to give you and I both a chance to catch our breath.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
For this? Okay. And once again, I have requested conditions from commissioners that I will read. I will ask specific commissioners to make specific motions to approve and to second. My apologies to my fellow commissioners if I missed anything. I think I've done pretty well in terms of taking your input. But if I've missed anything, obviously just raise your hand and I'll make sure we cover it. So let's get started. The first is Atlantic Farms LLC, MCN 281975 cultivation or Tier 7 outdoor cultivation. This is an expedited application based upon license type. Mrs. Defoe, would you please go ahead?
Yes, sir. Atlantic Farms LLC.
Would you please stop calling me sir, please?
Atlantic Farms LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 126 Main Road, located in Coleraine, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a Tier 7 outdoor cultivation provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Title to add a condition to this license, which I will read. Revised diversity plan of goal to increase women working with Atlantic Farms to 10% of its staff to be objectively reasonable. Are there other comments or questions or requests for conditions besides the one I just read from Commissioner Title? Okay, then could I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Atlantic Farms LLC, subject to the condition requested by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, can I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Atlantic Farms LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you very much. Next up is Bee-Leaf Wellness Center LLC, MRN 281356, which is for retail. Ms. Defoe?
Bee-Leaf Wellness Center LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 60 Main Street, located in Ware, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments or requests for conditions on this license? Thank you. Then could I ask Commissioner Doyle, please, to make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, can I ask for a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Bee-Leaf Wellness Center LLC. Thank you very much. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Cypress Tree Management Incorporated, MRN 282803 Retail. Ms. Defoe?
Yes, Cypress Tree Management Inc. is the applicant. The proposed location is 24-26 Elliott Street, located in Newton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. Are there any questions or comments or requests for additional conditions? Great. Thank you. Then can I ask for a motion to approve from Commissioner Doyle?
So moved.
Can I ask for a second from Commissioner Title, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cypress Tree Management Incorporated. Thank you very much. Next up is EOS Bittersweet LLC, MCN 282296, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation. Ms. Defoe, I'm sorry, before I ask, this is an expedited application as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Ms. Defoe?
Give me 1 second, please.
Sure.
Yes, sir. It is an expedited application due to a disadvantaged business enterprise.
Right. Thank you. Can you go ahead with your summary, please?
EOS Bittersweet LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 973 Barker Road, located in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation Provisional License. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Before I ask for questions or comments or additional conditions, let me note that Commissioner Title has asked for a condition on this license, which I will read. Revised diversity plan of goal to hire at least one individual from the targeted groups to be objectively reasonable. Are there other comments or questions or other requested conditions on this license? Then could I ask, please, Commissioner Flanagan, could you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, can I ask for your second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to EOS Bittersweet LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Next up is Fenway LLC, MPN 281661, product manufacturing. Ms. Defoe.
Fernway LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 178 Industrial Drive, located in Northampton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a product manufacturing provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Before I ask for any additional comments or questions, Commissioner Title has requested a condition on this license, and let me read it. Revised diversity plan of goal to hire 25% of individuals who are women or part of other specified groups to be objectively reasonable. Are there other questions or comments on this application? Then I think I'm getting this right. Can I ask Commissioner Doyle, please, to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Can I ask Commissioner Title to second?
Second.
Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Fernway LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Next up is, I hope I don't mispronounce this, Galil Greenery LLC, MRN 281978 Retail. Ms. Defoe.
Galil Greenery LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 235 Main Street, located in Northampton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Before I ask for additional comments and questions, Commissioner Title has asked for an additional condition on this application, which I will read. Revised diversity plan goal to hire 20% of employees who are women and/or veterans to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions on this application? Then can I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve this application subject to the condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Commissioner Doyle, would you second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Seconded by Commissioner Doyle.
Yeah, I thought I said that. If I didn't, I apologize.
No worries. Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Galil Greenery LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Next, we'll consider jointly the two applications from Cannabis Wellness Incorporated, MPN 281634 Product Manufacturing, and MRN 282519 Retail. Ms. Defoe. Oh, I'm sorry, this is an expedited application based upon their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Ms. Defoe.
Ganesh Wellness is the applicant. The proposed location is 65 West Boylston Street, located in West Boylston, Massachusetts. The two licenses being sought are product manufacturing and a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any conditions that have been requested by commissioners on this. Are there any questions, comments, or conditions that would like to be requested? Okay. Again, we have agreed that we will do these as one vote, even though it's two licenses for the same entity. So could I ask, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional license to Ganesh Wellness LLC for both product manufacturing and for retail? Can I ask Commissioner Title, please, to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, can I ask for a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue licenses to Ganesh Wellness Incorporated for provisional licenses for both product manufacturing and for retail. Thanks very much. Next up is Green Meadows Farm LLC, MRN 282316 for retail. Ms. Defoe.
Green Meadows Farm LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 64 Mill Street, first floor, located in Southbridge, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any request by an individual commissioner for additional conditions on this, but let me ask, are there questions or comments or conditions requested? Then could I ask Commissioner Doyle, please, to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Meadows Farm LLC?
So moved.
Can I ask Commissioner Title to second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Meadows Farm LLC. Go to the next slide, please. And Ms. Defoe, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Okay, my intention will be, let's get through this. When we get through this this page, this will be halfway through the provisional, so I'm going to request a motion to take a short recess after we get through this page,
Okay.
if that's okay. So let's start. The next one up is Green Stratus Corp., MRN 282256 Retail. Ms. Defoe?
Green Stratus Corp. is the applicant. The proposed location is 255 North Pearl Street, located in Brockton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any conditions being requested by any commissioner on this one, but let me ask, are there questions, comments, or requests for conditions? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I ask Commissioner Doyle to make a second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Stratus Corp. For retail. Thank you very much. Next one up is Green World LLC, doing business as Greenheart, MRN 281939 retail. Ms. Defoe?
Green World LLC, doing business as Greenheart, is the applicant. The proposed location is 897 North Montello Street, located in Brockton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Before I ask for additional comments, Commissioner Title has asked for a condition here, which let me read it. The condition is revised diversity plan goal of hiring 15% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there other comments or questions on this application or request for additional conditions? Okay. Then Commissioner Doyle, could I ask you to make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green World LLC, doing business as Greenheart for retail, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Can I ask Commissioner Title to second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Doyle made, I'm sorry, Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve there? Did I get that right? And Commissioner Title made the second. Thank you. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green World LLC, doing business as Greenheart, retail, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you very much. Next up is Grow Teams Gardens, MDN 281521, which is a micro business, which by definition is expedited because of its license type. Ms. Defoe?
Grow Team Gardens is the applicant. The proposed location is 705 Denton Street, located in Lowell, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a micro business provisional license that will perform cultivation and product manufacturing operations. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. This one, I do have a condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan, which is to provide specific information on the seminar topics that will be presented. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions? Okay, then Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Grow Team Gardens, subject to the additional condition requested by you?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote, please.
Aye.
I'm sorry, that was aye?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan,
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Title,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Grow Team Gardens for microbusiness, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you very much. Next up is Heal Provincetown Incorporated, MRN 282621 Retail. Ms. Defoe?
Hill Provincetown Incorporated is the applicant. The proposed location is 48 Shank Painter Road, located in Provincetown, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Can I ask, I am not aware of any requests for comments or requests for conditions on this. Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Title, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Doyle, can I ask for a second?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan,
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Title,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Heal Provincetown Incorporated for retail. Thank you very much. Next is High Hawk Farm LLC, MCN 2824112, which is for Tier 11 outdoor cultivation. This is an expedited application due to its license type. Ms. Defoe?
High Hawk Farm LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 101 Daunt Road, located in Barre, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a Tier 11 outdoor cultivation provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. So we've got a few requested conditions on this, as well as a request to make a comment on this. So let me start. Commissioner McBride has requested a condition for this license, which are actually two conditions, which I shall read. First is within 30 days of provisional licensure, submit a detailed description of the facilities for storage and/or vault for harvested cannabis. And then second, within 30 days of provisional licensure, submit a detailed description of the topography of the planned location and whether it presents any unique challenges to perimeter fencing or surveillance, and if so, how the applicant will address them. So that's Commissioner Bride. Do you have any comments in additional to that request for condition?
I want to address this because this is keeping in mind that the applicant has stated that they can be ready to go in 2 months' time. But in reviewing the summaries of the MOPs, it did not feel to me like the summaries were detailed enough to indicate that there had been some thoughts about elements of our regulations that would be required to be in place for them to be operational in 2 months' time. So while I think these two things would be captured in the final license inspection, I think that in the walk up to that inspection, I would like to see the applicant indicate that there has been consideration of these elements of the regulations specifically, and be prepared to address them in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. I also have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Title, and her condition that's been requested is to revise diversity plan goal of hiring 20% women and veterans to be objectively reasonable. Commissioner Title also wishes to speak to this application. Commissioner Title.
Thank you. I wanted to bring up the positive impact plan. I think that it's inadequate, but I didn't want to put a condition on it without bringing it up for discussion. So the positive impact plan consists only of a $2,500 donation to the United Way in Fitchburg. I think it technically meets the requirements of a goal and a program and a measurement. But this is the first time out of all the positive impact plans that we have looked at that I think it really brings up the question of what is sufficient and adequate, and how much thoughtfulness and understanding a plan needs to have. I think for a 100,000 square foot facility, this doesn't meet the criteria. I think that when we look at plans from much smaller businesses, they will have usually a donation around that size or more, and other ways of positively impacting these communities. But I wanted to bring that up for discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Title. I think that we have put out enough guidance from this commission to licensees and applicants to inform them what exactly a positive impact plan should include. Quite frankly, I think this is an easy way out. I've said this before. I don't think it's appropriate for people just to start writing checks to organizations without having any meaningful other participation behind it. I think if you're going to have a tier 11 facility and you're simply writing a check, then that's an easy way out. My suggestion would be to put a condition that they rewrite their plan and resubmit their plan so that they fulfill the goals of the positive impact plan, and then we can look at that.
Okay. Can I have some comments on that before I ask for questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, could you just make sure we got it, Commissioner Flanagan? Would you mind just re-articulating the specific motion that you're requesting?
Sure. I move that High Hawk Farm rewrite and resubmit their positive impact plan.
Thank you. So I'd like to amend that and ask if we could get a motion to approve the staff recommendation for a provisional license to High Hawk Farm LLC, subject to the 2 additional conditions requested by Commissioner McBride, the condition requested in terms of the diversity plan from Commissioner Title, as well as Commissioner Flanagan's request for them to resubmit that plan. So there's 4 in total conditions that are being requested on this application. Could I ask Commissioner Flanagan for a motion to approve the staff recommendation subject to those 4 conditions?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, could I ask for a second? You're on mute.
Second, sorry.
Thank you. No problem. We're getting good at this, but we still, it's still new. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to High Hawk Farm LLC for Tier 11 outdoor cultivation, subject to the conditions requested by Commissioners McBride, Title, and Flanagan. Thank you very much. Next up is Humboldt East LLC, MCN 282004, Tier 3 indoor cultivation. Ms. Defoe.
Humboldt East LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 2 Norino Way, located in Georgetown, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a Tier 3 indoor cultivation provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Before I ask for comments or questions, Commissioner Title has asked for an additional condition on this license, which is revised diversity plan goal of aiming to hire at least 20% of employees from 2 or more of the listed classifications to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions or additional conditions requested on this application? Thank you. Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation subject to the condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Commissioner Flanagan, can I ask for a second?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Title,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Humboldt East LLC for Tier 3 indoor cultivation, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Next up is High Corp LLC, doing business as Green Star, MRN 282460 retail. Ms. Defoe.
High Corp LLC, doing business as Green Star, is the applicant. The proposed location is 327 North Pearl Street, located in Brockton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Before I ask for additional comments and questions and requests for additional conditions, Commissioner Title has asked for an additional condition on this application, which is to revise diversity plan goal of hiring 15% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions on this application or requests for additional conditions? Great, then could I ask please for a motion to approve this application subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title? Could I ask Commissioner Doyle to make that motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a license to High Corp LLC, doing business as Green Star for retail, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. The next one up, thank you. The next one up is Jamico or Jamaico. Do you know Ms. Defoe?
I believe it's Jamico.
Jamico. I hope I'm right. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Jamico LLC, MCN 281 or 282136, Tier 2 indoor cultivation. Ms. Defoe.
Jamico LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 35 Buttonwood Road, located in Amesbury, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a Tier 2 indoor cultivation provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Are there any questions or comments? I have nobody's reached out with requests for additional conditions, but are there questions or comments or requests for additional conditions from any of the commissioners? Okay, then could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Jamico LLC for Tier 2 indoor cultivation? Could I ask for such a motion from Commissioner Flanagan, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Bride, would you second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Jamico LLC for Tier 2 indoor cultivation. The next one up is LMCC LLC, MRN 282796 retail. This is an expedited application due to the applicant status as a participant in the social equity program. Ms. Defoe.
LMCC LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 93 County Street, located in Taunton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have several conditions that commissioners have requested on this application, starting with Commissioner Title. Her requested condition is to revise diversity plan goal of hiring 15% women to be objectively reasonable. I also have conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Let me just make sure. Which is provide more specifics on the workshop seminars that will be presented to elderly residents in a nursing home and how that program will work. I also have a request from Commissioner Flanagan to address this issue. Commissioner Flanagan.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a serious concern with the fact that this entity wants to go into nursing homes and talk to the residents with regards to the medical program. First and foremost, many of them probably have powers of attorney that need to be addressed because they probably are not making a lot of the decisions for themselves. And I think it gets really confusing for elderly patients to have seminars like this go in there. And I also think it's important for this entity to really take a look at what their end goal is and what they're trying to do. I would think that this would be more appropriate for a senior center rather than a nursing home, given the legal status of many of the residents in there.
Given that, aside from the one condition that you requested that I read out previously, is there an additional condition that you're requesting on this?
No, because if they can work around the legal aspects of what the resident's legal status is, then it's really up to them what they want to do. My concern is for the residents and the confusion that this can cause for them, especially if medical cannabis isn't available to them in those facilities.
Okay, thank you. So then, right now, before I ask for a motion, there are there are conditions both requested by Commissioner Flanagan, as she just articulated, and the condition that I read off that Commissioner Title has requested. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional information or additional conditions? Okay, then I'd like to ask Commissioner Title, please, to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to LMCC LLC for retail, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Doyle?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to LMCC LLC for retail, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Title. I don't know about you, Ms. Defoe, but I need a break. So could I ask, please, for a motion to take a recess? It's I've got 11:42. Can we take a break into recess until noon? Could I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
I'm
Second.
sorry, who was that?
It was Kay.
Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve. Can I have a second? Let's record show Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, thank you. The motion was unanimously approved. We are on recess until noon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please shut off your mics and cameras, please. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I think we're live. Erica, are we live?
Yes, we're live.
Thank you. I can see everybody except for Commissioner Flanagan. Are you back? Commissioner Doyle, are you back?
I'm back.
Okay, and I can see Commissioner Flanagan. Okay, I think we're good to go. Thank you very much. I needed that break. How you doing, Suko? You're on mute, Suko. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay, you ready to power through the rest of these?
I am.
Okay, if we get the slides up, that's great. Thank you very much. I think we're on the next slide, Erica. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next one up is Lynn Organics LLC, MRN 282618 Retail. Mrs. Defoe.
Lynn Organics LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 193-195 Oxford Street, located in Lynn, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request for a condition on this license from Commissioner Title, which is to revise diversity plan goal of hiring 10% people from certain demographics, including women, to be objectively reasonable. And Commissioner Title, I understand you wish to speak to this application. Commissioner Title?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to raise, without making it a condition, that I think having organics in the name is concerning.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments or requests for conditions on this license? Okay. Then could I ask Commissioner Doyle, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation for this application subject to the condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Lynn Organics LLC for retail, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you very much. Next up is Major Bloom LLC, MRN 283033 retail, and this is an economic empowerment application or applicant. Ms. Defoe?
Major Bloom LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 76 Millbury Street, located in Worcester, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any conditions being requested on this license. Are there comments or questions or requests for conditions from any commissioner? Okay. And could I ask Commissioner McBride, please, to make the motion to approve the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Doyle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Major Bloom LLC for retail. Thank you very much. We now have two applications we'll consider together from Mantis Management Group LLC. The first, MCN 281390 for Tier 1 indoor cultivation. The second, MPN 281550 for product manufacturing. Ms. Defoe?
Mantis Management Group LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 2 Juniper Street, located in Winchendon, Massachusetts. The 2 licenses being sought are a Tier 1 indoor cultivation and a product manufacturing provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. My apologies. I should have referenced this is an expedited application based upon their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Thank you. I have requests for conditions on both licenses, one from Commissioner Title and one from Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Title's request, again, applies to both licenses, which is to revise diversity plan to hire 10% of individuals falling into a list of demographics, including women, to be objectively reasonable. And then Commissioner McBride, again, request for condition on both licenses. Applicant shall provide more information about the nature of the $10,000 startup capital for a cannabis business stated as a major component of its positive impact plan. Are there any additional conditions or questions on this license or these 2 license applications from Mantis Management Group? Great, then could I ask please for a motion from Commissioner Flanagan to approve the staff recommendation to issue these 2 licenses to Mantis Management Group LLC subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and McBride?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask for a second from Commissioner McBride, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Mantis Management Group LLC for Tier 1 indoor cultivation and for product manufacturing, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and McBride. Thank you. The next up is Madiri Incorporated, MCN 282059, Tier 2 indoor cultivation. Ms. Defoe?
Maderi Incorporated is the applicant. The proposed location is 44 Boynton Road, located in Holliston, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a Tier 2 indoor cultivation provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Defoe. I have a request for a condition from Commissioner Title on this application, which is to revise the diversity plan goal of targeting 15% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other conditions or requests for information on this application? And could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Madiri Incorporated for Tier 2 indoor cultivation, subject to the condition requested, the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you very much. We now have 3 applications we'll consider together from Monroe Associates LLC, doing business as The Vault. First is MRN 282527 for retail. Second is MRN 282604 for retail. And the third is MRN 282814 for retail. Ms. Defoe.
Monroe Associates LLC, doing business as The Vault, is the applicant. The proposed location is 342 West Boylston Street in Worcester, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, that was just one of the 3 they've
Yes, sir. They have different addresses.
Okay, but in our current virtual mode, we're going to do them all at the same time. So could you go through all 3 of them, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The second is Monroe Associates LLC, doing business as The Vault. The The proposed location is 310 Kenneth Welch Drive, located in Lakeville, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you. The third is Monroe Associates LLC, doing business as The Vault. The proposed location is 70 Worcester Road, Suite 225, located in Webster, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request for a condition from Commissioner Title, and this condition would apply to all 3 licenses or license applications, and the condition requested is to revise the diversity plan goal of recruiting 15% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other requests for conditions or questions or comments on this application? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Title, would you make a motion to approve these applications subject to the additional condition that you requested?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Doyle, would you second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the 3 license applications from Monroe Associates LLC, doing business as Evolved for retail, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you. Next up is Nature's Embrace Incorporated, MRN 282669 retail. Ms. Defoe.
Nature's Embrace Incorporated is the applicant. The proposed location is 747 Center Street, located in Brockton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have no requests for additional conditions on this, but let me ask, are there questions or comments or conditions requested on this license from any commissioner? Okay, thank you. Then could I ask Commissioner Doyle, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Nature's Embrace Incorporated for retail. Thank you very much. Next slide, please, Erica. Thank you. Next up is Northampton Enterprises Incorporated, MRN 282356 retail. Ms. Defoe.
Northampton Enterprises Incorporated is the applicant. The proposed location is 2 Kant Street, located in Northampton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I do have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Title, which is to revise diversity plan goal to maintain a staff of at least 20% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions or requests, excuse me, for additional conditions? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, please, to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote? Commissioner
Aye.
Doyle?
Yeah,
Thank
sorry, the mute was not unmuting.
That's no problem. Was the dog barking in the background? Is that where you're on mute?
No, I keep coughing.
Yeah, Commissioner Doyle would like everybody to know she got a brand new, incredibly cute puppy.
Really cute.
Really cute.
Thanks for sharing, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Northampton Enterprises Incorporated for retail, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Next up, we're going to do two licenses, two applications for Ocean Breeze Cultivators LLC. The first is MCN 281908 for Tier 3 indoor cultivation. The second is MPN 281663 for product manufacturing. Ms. Defoe.
Ocean Breeze Cultivators LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 11 Dory Road, located in Gloucester, Massachusetts. The two licenses being sought are a Tier 3 indoor cultivation and a product manufacturing provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there, I am not aware of any conditions being requested on these two applications, but are there any comments or questions or additional conditions requested by any commissioner? And could I ask Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation for these two license applications?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved staff recommendation to issue two provisional licenses to Ocean Breeze Cultivators LLC, one for Tier 3 indoor cultivation, and the second for product manufacturing. Thank you very much. We'll consider the next two together as well. So these are applications for Peak Limited LLC, MCN 281941 for Tier 2 indoor cultivation, and the second is MPN 281400 for product manufacturing. Ms. Defoe.
Peak Limited LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 113 Jewett Street, located in Georgetown, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a Tier 2 indoor cultivation provisional license. The second is located at 114 Jewett Street, located in Georgetown, Massachusetts. And the license being sought for this application is a product manufacturing provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summaries for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. For Peak Limited, I have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Title, which is to revise diversity plan goal to increase employees from target demographics, including women, to 10% of jobs or one job to be objectively reasonable. Are there other questions or requests for conditions on these two licenses? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion to approve these staff recommendation on these two licenses?
So moved.
Commissioner Flanagan, would you second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Doyle, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, did I ask Commissioner Flanagan? I'm sorry, I skipped that term, but anyway, thank you. Commissioner Doyle?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Peak Limited LLC for Tier 2 indoor cultivation and for product manufacturing, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thanks very much. Next up is Spencer House LLC, doing business as Canna Corner, MRN 281885 for retail. Ms. Defoe.
Spencer House LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 3235 Main Street, located in Beckett, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have several requests for conditions on this. The first is from Commissioner Title. Let me read her requested condition, which is review guidance and resubmit positive impact plan. It is not clear how a $500 donation to Beckett Police Department will positively impact disproportionately harm people. Additionally, I have a request from Commissioner Flanagan, and let me read them, and then she's asked to speak to these to this application. So her requested condition is rewrite and resubmit the positive impact plan. Goal number 1, safe practices. That is a requirement, not a provision of a positive impact plan. Second, provide specifics on educational session versus mentor sessions. And then third, on goal number 2, how will Spencer House provide verified educational materials to residents when the plan says they will be donating to a town holiday party for kids? Commissioner Flanagan, you wish to speak on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of pieces to this positive impact plan that I think need to be revisited, and that's why that I'm asking that it be redone and resubmitted. First and foremost, in their first goal, we require that you implement safe and clean sales practices. That's just part of our regulations. That isn't to gain the trust of community members. That is because we want these companies to work very safely and efficiently in Massachusetts. But at the same time, their mentor program sounds a lot like the educational sessions that can happen in any dispensary in Massachusetts. There's usually somebody there that can talk to you about what the products are and how to safely use them. So I don't think that that's a positive impact plan at all. And second of all, I think that when you talk about it's admirable to try to work with the police department to ensure that you're working together for the community, but I don't see how giving money to a town holiday party then turns into you providing educational materials to be given out to people in the town. I'd question the validity of the education materials, how they've been certified, and the information contained in that. So I really think that I agree with Commissioner Title. This has to be rewritten and resubmitted.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Any other comments or questions? What I'm going to suggest is a motion that contains both Commissioner Flanagan and Commissioner Title's requests for additional conditions, just given both conditions request rewriting the plan, but addressing different elements. So I think it's just safer. Just we'll ask for a vote with both conditions, if that's okay. Even though there's a little bit of redundancy. So. With that being said, Commissioner Doyle, could I ask for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Spencer House LLC doing business as Canna Corner, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Title?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, would you second that, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Spencer House LLC doing business as Canna Corner for retail, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Title. The next up is the High End Chocolate Company, LLC, doing business as the High End. MCN 281364, which is Tier 4 indoor cultivation. This is an expedited application given their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. Ms. Defoe.
The High End Chocolate Company, LLC, doing business as the High End, is the applicant. The proposed location is 110 Winter Street, located in Holyoke, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a Tier 4 indoor cultivation provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any additional conditions that have been requested on this. Are there any comments or questions or requests for conditions? Okay, then Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Doyle? Or Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Sorry, we're almost through this. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the High End Chocolate Company LLC doing business as the High End for Tier 4 indoor cultivation. Thank you. We're going to break with what we've been doing before. We need to treat these two applications from the same entity separately, just because the conditions requested are not the same for both sets of both licenses. So we'll do these separately, starting with Top Shelf Connoisseurs LLC, MCN 281604. Tier 3 indoor cultivation, and both applications from Top Shelf Connoisseur are expedited given the applicant status as a social equity program participant. So if you could,
Top Shelf.
Tier 3 indoor, Ms. Defoe.
I'm sorry, and you said you wanted to treat these separately?
Yeah, so let's just talk about the cultivation application first, and we'll come back for the product manufacturing application.
Okay. Top Shelf Connoisseurs LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 11 Brent Drive, located in Hudson, Massachusetts. The type of license being sought is a Tier 3 indoor cultivation provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, Commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. On this application, I have several requests for additional conditions. First, from Commissioner Title, the request is that the applicant resubmit positive impact plans with more specific information on how donations will be used to positively impact disproportionately harmed people. From Commissioner Flanagan, rewrite and resubmit the positive impact plan. Which disproportionately impacted area are they seeking to impact? And secondly, how specifically will the funds used by C3RN and MRCC positively impact those areas? Additionally, from Commissioner McBride, prior to final licensure, the applicant shall amend the security plan to ensure it references the correct business name. Are there any other conditions or requests for conditions or comments on this application?
Mr. Chair, can I just quickly say something?
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner McBride.
This happens every once in a while when I think applicants hire somebody who assists them putting together their application, that there are just what I guess I'd attribute them just cut and paste errors. This was an application where the security plan referenced, it was for Top Shelf, but it referenced another applicant in the security plan. It might seem like a minor detail, but I think it goes to just the overall sort of sense of, are you taking care when you're submitting these applications? Who's reading them? And if you're not taking care at this point, what does that say about down the line? So I just want to flag that for applicants. Please make sure that you're taking care, when you're submitting the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner McBride. Are there any other questions or comments?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Title. I'm sorry, I saw your request. Apologize. Commissioner Title, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My condition addressed this, and Commissioner Flanagan's condition as well, that I'd like to see more details on how the donations will be used. But I also just wanted to flag that I think more documentation is required when we have a social equity program participant that is donating to organizations in their positive impact plan that's also a vendor of the social equity program. I mean, I think that can be fine, but the relationships there are such that I think we need very clear parameters and documentation as to how the donations will be used. And we probably want to address that with the second cohort of social equity program participants.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. Thank you very much, Commissioner Title. Unless there are other comments, then we have several additional conditions. I'd like to ask if Commissioner McBride would make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Top Shelf Connoisseurs LLC for Tier 3 indoor cultivation, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan, Title, and McBride.
So moved.
Could I have Commissioner Flanagan make the second of that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Top Shelf Connoisseurs LLC for Tier 3 indoor cultivation, subject to additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan, Title, and McBride.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan?
can we just go back to one thing that Commissioner Title had said with regard to the entities that are receiving these funds but are also vendors for the social equity program?
Yep.
I think that we need to discuss this at a later date, but we take ethics very seriously here at the commission, and I think that I really just would like to vet the fact that we have entities that are certified vendors for our program, but at the same time receiving funds from licensees with regards to their positive impact plan. And maybe that's something that we need to really look at in the second cohort going forward. But at the same time, these bigger entities are really not providing a whole heck of a lot of information when it comes to what they're doing with these funds, and it seems very broad. So if we can start that for further discussion, I'd appreciate it.
I've just got a note to that, and we'll put it on the agenda of the subsequent meeting after getting some staff work with input from you, Commissioner Title, and any other interested commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can we remind me where we were? I guess we're moving on to JJ. So the final one, Top Shelf Connoisseurs LLC, MPN 281435, product manufacturing. Ms. Defoe.
Top Shelf Connoisseurs LLC is the applicant. The proposed location is 11 Brent Drive, located in Hudson, Massachusetts. The type of license being sought is a product manufacturing provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. So I do have, again, on this one, a number of conditions requested, additional conditions requested. Let me go through them. From Commissioner Title. It's the same condition that was on the other Top Shelf application, but let me just read it again. Resubmit positive impact plans with more specific information on how the donations will be used to positively impact disproportionately harmed people. From Commissioner Flanagan, again, the same condition she requested for the previous application, which is rewrite and resubmit the positive impact plan, specifically addressing which disproportionately impacted area are they seeking to impact, and how specifically will the funds used by C3RN and MRCC to positively impact those areas. From Commissioner McBride, I have requests for the same condition that she had on the previous application, which is prior to file licensure, the applicant shall amend the security plan to ensure it references the correct business name. Additionally, for this specific license, I have an additional condition requested by Commissioner McBride, which is prior to final licensure, the applicant shall submit to the commission detail about the viscosity enhancing agent, including the type of agent and where it will be procured that it intends to use to produce solventless rosin hash oil cartridges. Are there other questions or comments or requests for conditions on this application? Okay. Then could I ask, please, if Commissioner Doyle would make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, would you second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Top Shelf Connoisseurs LLC for product manufacturing, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan, Title, and McBride. Thanks very much. We got one more set of applications to do, which is 3 applications from Toro Verde, Massachusetts. 3, 2, and I guess 1. All for retail, MRN 282629, MRN 282320, MRN 282601. Again, if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Defoe, could you go through all three of them, please, for us?
Yes. Toro Verde, Massachusetts 3 Incorporated is the applicant. The proposed location is 424 State Road, Unit A1, located in Whately, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, commission staff recommends the issuance of provisional license subject to the conditions before you. Next, we have Toro Verde, Massachusetts 2 Incorporated. The proposed location is 51 Davis Street, located in Greenfield, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Again, additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, the commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you. Lastly, we have Toro Verde, Massachusetts Incorporated. The proposed location is 26-28 North King Street, Unit 2, located in Northampton, Massachusetts. The license being sought is a retail provisional license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for your review. Therefore, the commission staff recommends the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I'm going to reverse field on this, given that these seem to be three separate legal entities. I think it's probably safer just to have three separate votes on this. So let's start with KK Toro Verde, Massachusetts 3 Incorporated, MRN 282629. I have requests from Commissioner Title for a condition on this application, which is revised diversity plan goal of hiring, employing 20% or more women and or veterans to be objectively reasonable and clearer. Are there any other additional requests for conditions or questions for Mrs. Defoe? Then could I ask, please, Commissioner Tyler, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation subject to the additional condition requested?
So moved.
Commissioner Doyle, would you second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Toro Verde, Massachusetts 3 Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Next, Toro Verde, Massachusetts 2 Incorporated, MRN 282320 Retail. Again, I have a request for a condition from Commissioner Title that the same condition as the previous, revised diversity plan goal of hiring, employing 20% or more women and or veterans to be objectively reasonable and clearer. Are there any other questions or requests for conditions? Could I ask Commissioner Doyle, would you make a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Toro Verde, Massachusetts 2 Incorporated for retail. Third is Toro Verde, Massachusetts Incorporated, MRN 282601 retail. Again, I have a request from Commissioner Title to add a condition to this application, which is to revise diversity plan goal of hiring, employing 20% or more women and or veterans to be objectively reasonable and clearer. Are there any other questions or requests for additional conditions? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Toro Verde, Massachusetts Incorporated for retail, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. So, Ms. Defoe, are we done?
Yes, sir.
So how would you rate your experience versus expectations?
It was a good experience.
Good. Well, look, I'm sorry to give you, I'm kidding around, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know this was kind of filling in at the last minute, and I thought you did a phenomenal job. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And in absentia, let me thank the entire licensing team for the amazing amount of work that went into the number of licenses that we just went through. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're on to the next section of the agenda, which is commission discussion and votes. We can get to the next slide, please. So I'll lead this off, although Sean, I appreciate some help on this. So at our last commission meeting in April, we talked about what possibly we could do to mitigate some of the economic consequences of the shutdown on the adult use industry. I want to thank Sean, the staff, particularly Alyssa, our CFO, and Alyssa, our COO, and Adriana, our CFO, for working on this, for being creative about what options we had, and to quantify the economic consequences of those possible actions. They circulated a memo to the commission outlining both, what could be done, what the economic consequences of what could be done, and essentially laying out two potential options for our discussion and vote. To paraphrase it, one is to extend the license period for existing licensees whose license would otherwise expire over the next few months, to extend them by 60 days and extend, therefore, the requirement to apply for and receive and pay for a renewal for those 60 days, based upon the simple logic that it just seems fair not to charge people for licenses that they're unable to use through no fault of their own. And the two motions are different, and one is limited to the adult use retailers, and one would include all other adult use marijuana enterprises. So again, my thanks to the staff for their work on this. My personal opinion is I think it's appropriate and fair to do something along these lines, but I wanted to open it to commission discussion. Before that, though, Mr. Executive Director, is there anything else you'd like to add to what I just said?
No, not at this time, no.
Okay, thank you. Then can I ask for comments from and questions from my fellow commissioners? Then I'd like to, if there are no comments or questions, there's very clear motion outlined. The first of which is to extend for up to 60 days, but limit it to adult use retailers. So I guess I would request that I ask for a motion on that in a second, and we'll take a vote on that. We can then discuss the other option, which would be extended beyond. So can I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation as outlined in the memo that we all received to extend licenses for up to 60 days for adult use retailers only?
Mr. Chair, it looks like
Yes.
the Commissioner Title had a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see. Yeah, you did have that. I apologize, Commissioner Child. Go ahead.
Thank you. I support both motions.
Okay.
I also just wanted to make the point that this is not an original thought, but we're doing everything we can to provide economic relief. But the most straightforward form of economic relief is for these businesses to just be able to open again. Obviously, that is not our decision, but just for the record, I guess I'll ask you, Mr. Chairman, I think that if the order was modified so that adult use businesses could open again, or open again just for Massachusetts residents, Do you think that the commission is capable of overseeing that the same way we're currently overseeing medical sales?
I'll ask the executive director for his comments on that, but just to be specific in response to your question, Commissioner Tardo, which I think was addressed specifically to me, I've been on record publicly stating that. So yes, I do agree with that, but I would very much welcome Commissioner or first of all, comments from other commissioners, but Mr. Executive Director, would you have a comment on that?
The answer I think would be yes. I think we've put in place through a series of bulletins, administrative orders, and other notices to licensees that do echo a lot of what guidance is coming from state and federal government relative to sanitary and cleaning conditions, as well as social distancing, as well as allowing for curbside and in the medical context, encouraging delivery and order ahead, et cetera. So I think that a lot of those same principles could absolutely be applied to the adult use industry. And it's my understanding that I think there's a lot of folks that have relayed that to various audiences that are actively discussing this in the coming days. So, but to answer your question simply is yes.
Other comments or questions? Then I have a question on how to proceed with the motions, but before I go there, are any other comments or questions on this topic before I ask for a motion? I have a question for you, Mr. Executive Director, before we go forward, and because I just don't have everything up on my screen right now. Is the second motion, which would include all marijuana enterprises, that includes retail, so it essentially subsumes the first motion?
The language as well as the figures that are provided. So for context, it would be 27 retailers. That license fee being $10,000 per year means the commission would be deferring, not eliminating, deferring that $270,000. The second motion does include retail, though.
Yeah, no, so the second, my point is, let me try to be a little clearer. I apologize if I wasn't. If we vote on and approve the second motion, there's no need to do the first motion because that's covered by the second motion. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
Okay, so let me then ask for a motion to approve the second motion, and Sean, if you have it in front of you, I'd be deeply grateful if you could read the motion. Or another commissioner, if they have in front of them. I'm just, as I said, I'm focused on the screen and on people talking. So, do you have that, Mr. Executive Director?
I do have the second motion here.
Would you mind reading that, please?
Sure. So this would be for all adult use marijuana establishments. So
correct.
Motion would be to provide relief to adult use marijuana establishments. The commission relies on general law, chapter 94G, section 6A to move to extend automatically the term for adult use establishments expiring in June, July, or August 2020, and to waive the regulatory provisions requiring renewal on an annual basis in 935 CMR 500-103 sub 4. Each license will be valid for 1 year plus the maximum extension term, an additional 60 days. Renewal applicants may seek renewal anytime during the maximum extension term, so long as they pay the renewal fees required under 935 CMR 500-005 and submit their application in accordance with 935 CMR 500-103 sub 4 sub A. On seeking renewal, applicants must demonstrate compliance with the remaining regulatory requirements or obtain a waiver under 935 CMR 500-850. This extension does not relieve licensees of their associated legal obligations, including obligations to the municipality or other state agencies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Before I ask for a motion and a vote, are there comments or questions on the motion that Sean just read?
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
So we're going to allow all adult use establishments, even the ones that are currently operating this extension? Like the fee waiver?
The proposal or the motion that Sean just read would include that. As I said, the alternative motion that we could consider is just for adult use retailers.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think with, to me, the linear logical way through this is let's do the broader. We'll discuss and vote on the broader. If it passes, there's no need to discuss the more narrow motion. If it does not pass, then I think we can discuss and vote on the more narrow motion, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other comments or questions? So then I don't want to put anybody on the spot, so I will ask, please, for somebody to make the motion to approve the language read by our executive director just now. That was Commissioner
Doyle.
Doyle. Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Doyle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
No.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the motion by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Doyle, McBride, Title, and Hoffman. Commissioner Flanagan voting nay. Thank you very much. I do think, unless somebody disagrees, I think it's moot now to discuss the second motion, since the first motion covers everything that was in the second motion. So I think we're set on this topic. Again, my thanks to Sean, to the staff, particularly to our COO and CFO for the work they did on this. And I agree with Commissioner Title's comment. This is helpful, but I know it's not enough, and I hope there's other sources of support for the people that are being that are dealing with the economic consequences of this action. So let's move on. Erica, please, to the next topic. This one I'm going to ask the executive director to lead us through in terms of where we are on the delivery application process, including working on pre-certification. And again, just for context, this is the first application that pre-certification is a part of the application process. So it's not just putting up a new application for delivery, but it's also rethinking the process to include pre-certification. I know Sean and the licensing team and the enforcement team have been working really hard on this. We have, for a while been saying the expected timeline is to have this ready to go in May. I think we're still on target for that. But I just wanted to thank Sean and the team for their hard work on this. It's a new challenge for us. And then based upon the update, the staff has a few requests for us to consider and vote upon in terms of this process. So, Mr. Executive Director, would you pick it up from here, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you indicated, we have been working for some time now on the delivery application. What makes this application unique is that pre-certification process, which really does break up the application into 2 separate parts. The first being that pre-certification, the second being a full, complete application for licensure. So it's different than other applications we've included or developed in the past or expanded in the past because it does require some new logic and workflow. But our licensing team, our technology folks, as well as our vendor, JD Software, have been working hard to develop that logic and that workflow internally. And we do remain confident that this month is possible to roll this out. In fact, we're expecting to roll it out for May 28th. And there's a high degree of confidence that that's possible. In order to do that, though, we do want to update the commission as well as seek some, if you're comfortable with it, seek some approval to break up those applications or that pre-certification and seek a delegation there, but also wanted to get your comfort level, engage your comfort level with one element of pre-certification so we can put the finishing touches on the application. In brief, for an applicant to receive a delivery-only license, as I indicated, it was 2 parts, the first being pre-certification, the second being provisional license. This phase is different than our other applications. The pre-certification process will also be in our MASS CIP, the Cannabis Industry Portal. And if it's an economic empowerment applicant that is submitting, they will receive priority review. If it's a social equity participant, they will receive their expedited review. And then we'll develop a checklist for going through both. The 2 questions we really want to pose to the commission today, the first one is relative to contents of that pre-certification. So at this point, we would recommend that the suitability determination that might be made at pre-certification would be based on disclosures that are made, not a full background check. So as an applicant comes in on any application for the commission's process and for any license type, we do ask every applicant to make disclosures relative to suitability. We then double check and confirm those disclosures and reconcile based on a full background check, which is through our third-party vendor, CSI, as well as that fingerprint check, the safest check, which is managed through IDEMIA, through the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security. What we're asking here is the Commission to approve and us to accept at pre-certification just those disclosures. The rationale for that is that any applicant that wants to secure pre-certification would not have to pay for and be subjected to that background check, and therefore could secure, based on fee waivers that are already based in the regulations, secure their pre-certification at no cost. And so as a result, they wouldn't have to remit any payment or undergo any financial requirement during that process. The second question we would pose to the Commission and seek to gauge a comfort level on is delegating the approval authority for pre-certification to me as the Executive Director, and then through me to staff, like we do, for instance, for agent registrations, as well as the social equity program itself. This will allow us, I think, to manage an efficient process, knowing that these applicants are going to be either economic empowerment certified applicants or social equity participants, and therefore prioritized or expedited respectively. So this, again, will allow us to make an efficient process and not require at a monthly basis for pre-certification to go before the Commission, knowing, of course, that the subsequent provisional license application will still come before the Commission and will also still include that full-fledged background check that's been run through the third-party vendor as well as through safest fingerprinting. So those are really the two questions that we would pose to the Commission. Again, we've spent a lot of time building out the contents of the application as well as the workflow internally, and do intend and anticipate releasing this application on May 28th. But these were two outstanding questions for the Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. And again, my thanks to you and the team for thinking through this pretty complex issue and coming up with, I think, a very reasonable proposal. Are there questions for the Executive Director?
Can I ask?
Absolutely, go ahead. That was Commissioner Flanagan?
No, McBride.
I'm sorry, Commissioner McBride, please go ahead.
Mr. Executive Director, could you take us through the contents of what pre-certification would entail?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the pre-certification will include predominantly the business information. Who are you? Who are the individuals involved? What is the business name? The tax information. And when I say who are you, it's the required list of all disclosures and controlling parties. So really, who is the business? So really, most elements of that application of intent. We will ask for those disclosures, as I indicated, relative to background information, including affirmation that they do not have any suitability issues, versus the full background check itself. So we wouldn't require those forms, et cetera, to be submitted at this point. We do ask for business plans and insurance plans. What are your, knowing that you tend to be a delivery-only operator, what does that business plan look like? And then we also seek some level of operating procedures, knowing, of course, that some elements of those operating procedures are going to be location dependent. So we will ask for some of those SOPs, though, including security, storage, and delivery. But we also will acknowledge that some of those might have to be updated. So that's really the meat of what we'd be seeking at the pre-certification phase. In relation, what we're not asking for is the certification of a host community agreement, the community outreach information, property identification, documentation, capital resources at this point, bond or escrow information, positive impact plans and diversity plans, certificates of good standing, and their timeline, knowing that most of those, all of those elements for that matter, are either location dependent or folks are going to use the pre-certification process to secure. And in that context, I'm thinking specifically of their capital resources. Folks hopefully will use this pre-certification and leverage it to seek that capital investment. So that's sort of a breakdown of what we'd be capturing at both phases.
So how do we square, if there were a delegation to you and the staff to do the pre-certification process, which I acknowledge makes sense because of the purpose of pre-certification, how do we square the collection of that information, which, as part of the application of intent, right? I mean, information that at the provisional licensure phase, we as the commission are usually reviewing. We'll still have the opportunity at provisional licensure to review that information and in fact to do the same thing that we do now, which is review it. If we see that there's an issue, request a condition, and go through our normal process. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So understanding that this maybe still needs to be worked out, but that, you know, understanding the caliber of our staff also, you've probably already thought about this. How are we preventing a lot of redundancy there for the applicants so that, you know, there isn't sort of a, you know, submission in the pre-certification phase and then they're submitting a lot of the same information in the provisional licensure phase?
So one of the enhancements we made to the industry portal, the Mass CIP, I'll get my dates wrong, but within the past few months, was that auto-filling element. So a lot of this information would be submitted at pre-certification, in addition to the fact that now we require one submission versus 4 individual packets. This information will essentially carry through. We will also provide, because there's other elements that may come in, knowing that people from the business may drop in or out. We will allow things to be updated, but to avoid that duplication, things will be carried through to begin filling out elements of a complete full provisional license application. So again, I think the simple answer is that things will carry forward in that process. But to your earlier point too, as far as the commission will also have, it will be, based on this plan, the final determinant of licensure, as well as suitability, knowing that any pre-certification that relies on disclosures would also include a disclaimer on that pre-certification that this is based on the information you've provided in our review of that information, but has not been, the commission itself has not conducted a complete background check. For an analogy's sake, I've used it and I've probably overused it in this example. I would describe it as a pre-qualification for a mortgage, and then you can go forth and look for the property within that, within those parameters. But the pre-qualification makes it clear we've not run that full credit check necessarily, but it does give a potential seller of a home confidence that someone has at least reviewed elements of what would be an application. So again, it's an analogy I've probably overused, but I think it's apt.
Thank you.
Commissioner Title?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me just say how appreciative I am and that we have certainly noticed that it took a lot of hard work to stay on schedule with this, given how much unexpected additional crisis-related work has been put on the staff's plate. So thank you for that. The pre-certification process is being built out, I think, exactly in accordance to what the goals were. Thank you for that. I have comments on both of the pieces that you mentioned. So first, in terms of the background check, I think it's very smart to do that first. My question is just, it's hard to know what your background is to make disclosures sometimes. Can we provide a guidance or something else that walks people through how to get your own record so that you have the most up-to-date information in order to make those disclosures?
We can absolutely explore that. Yes, I think in that the application itself does hopefully lead folks to identify what we would be asking for, but I think to provide additional resources to point folks to is always a good idea.
I would just hate to see where, even though we've made it clear this is based on the disclosures you've made, for someone to think that they're eligible for something and then to find out later that they haven't. So I think we can avoid problems on their end and on our end if we can just help them through that process. The second thing is, yes, I'm in favor of delegating the pre-certification authority. I think that will provide very necessary efficiency in the process. But it does, that takes away our ability to be as on top of the process and the issues that are coming up, and just seeing how it's unfolding in real time that we might have otherwise had. What I would ask for your consideration is building on a really great idea that the staff had with the cross-functional teams that we're using as we're considering regulations right now. If we could have a cross-functional team with people from each department who are kind of the point people on delivery and social justice, because I think they're one and the same now that we've passed exclusive access for these groups. The whole process and all of the priorities, I think, are going to be different from what we're used to with other licenses. And so if we can have a cross-functional team that is looking at all of the issues that we can't predict right now that are going to come up, I think that would be efficient. That would allow for good communication. And lastly, I would just ask that as interpretations are made of the regulations and decisions are being made, that we can communicate those. One thing I've seen other states do is when they get questions, if they answer the question, no matter how repetitive or no matter what the question is, when they answer it, they immediately publish that publicly. And then there's just a running list of all the questions and answers. So I would just ask, before we consider this delegation, if I could have your comment on the cross-functional team and the publishing of questions and answers. Thank you.
So on the cross-functional team, I think it's something to your point, we have experience with. I'd want to be sure that the licensing function remains within licensing and sort of fits within that workflow. But as far as issues coming up and how we react to them, and knowing that this is new for us, I think it would be wise to pull together a group of staff internally to evaluate that. So I will absolutely figure out how best to implement that, because again, I want to make sure as well that our licensing process has been sufficiently and I think appropriately firewalled from a lot of our other programs, and I want to be sure to preserve that environment. At the same time, I want to make sure that we are able to take that feedback, get it, and learn from it, knowing that we haven't done a pre-certification before, and also bring those elements as we learn them back to the commission through any variety of channels that we have. So I hopefully that's an answer or a sufficient answer, but I think, yes, I absolutely want to explore that, and also seek your counsel on doing that as well. As far as interpretations and bringing those back to the commission, I think that's entirely appropriate. I think also bringing those interpretations to the public is important as well, and finding the right mechanism and the timeliness of that. So one of the things that we are exploring as part of rollout of this is looking at building out, obviously, an FAQ, but thinking of it in that exact way of being a sort of living document that would be available on our website as well as internally, and allow us to address questions as they come in, but also highlight questions as we discover them or as we encounter them, and making those answers available not only for commissioners and internal staff, but also for the public. There's a lot of efficiency that brings for us. One is consistency of the answer, making sure that if we get the same question on multiple occasions, we can point folks right to that previous answer. But also, if there is an interpretation that commissioners disagree with and think that is an error, we can address it as quickly as possible and confront that when it may occur. So that's one element of our rollout. Other elements, of course, are leveraging our social media and our website content and pushing out content where possible, tutorials and other training videos, knowing that other training materials, I should say, knowing that we did that early on with the introduction of the industry portal, the Mass CIP, and trying to make sure that those are user friendly and able to be followed and are resourceful for applicants. And then counting on sort of emails and other publications. So we're trying to take all of that into account and trying to do all of it as quickly as possible, knowing that May 28th is right around the corner.
Okay, thank you. Next, Kay, Commissioner Doyle, you've requested to make a comment, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Essentially, my comment is first to thank you for all the work that obviously went into this. And I acknowledge all the comments that you just made with regard to outreach. One thing I would like to emphasize is the need for a municipal focused outreach. Obviously, in the middle of this crisis, we're not going to be able to do the kind of barnstorming the Commonwealth that Mr. Lakeman, Commissioner Flanagan, and Commissioner McBride and I did back in 2018. But if we could find a socially distanced alternative to that to make sure that municipalities understand this different process, I think that would be really good in terms of paving a path for applicants to have good engagement and relationships with municipalities as they start on this new license type.
Mr. Executive Director, any comment on that?
The only comment I have is, yes, you're absolutely right. I think municipalities are important partners here, especially knowing location-specific elements and the what a pre-certification means and what it doesn't mean. I think all of that is an opportunity for us to build on those relationships, but also inform folks that may not have been paying as close attention as certainly we have to our processes. So I don't fault them for that. I think they're all focused on their cities and towns. We want to be a resource and provide as much information as possible. And Commissioner Doyle's point is well taken as far as how we do that in today's day and age, and we will, as we have adapted recently, we'll find a way.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner McBride.
I guess I wanted to understand from Commissioner Tatel a little bit better what the cross-functional team, I'm not understanding what the kind of how that works, or what issues they'd be addressing.
Sure. So what I'm picturing is when a question comes in or an issue is raised about how something should be decided that isn't already decided in the regulations, I think it would be very efficient if there was a team that had a point person from licensing, from communications, from the equity program, from all of the and from legal, definitely, where you have people who have the institutional knowledge of the delivery program and also the populations that it's intended to benefit, and the regulatory intent, but also the knowledge that people who are not on the staff or not in that department don't have. So if you can have that group coming together to make the decisions and then reporting back, I think that would be very efficient. I think it's working really well for the regulatory discussion. So that's why I mentioned that as a model. And then that group can take their conclusions or recommendations to the executive director or the commission as appropriate.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we take a vote on the requested motions?
Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
I just want to thank the staff for the work that they've done. I know there's been a lot of work that's gone into this. You know, my concern is timing. I know that people want to see these licenses in the middle of a pandemic when we have a state of emergency going on. I'm uncomfortable with beginning this process to have these licenses go out and to have the delivery operations out in the public. I know it's not a popular thought to have. You know, I'll probably get a lot of criticism for it, but I really think that we need to also, you know, at the same time, balance the health needs. So while I thank the staff for it, I'm uncomfortable with the timing of it. And I know that it says it could be 90 days, so we're talking maybe the fall or something like that. But I really think we need to take into account what's going on at the time that this starts to happen.
Commissioner Flanagan, thank you, and I really do. I respect you greatly for taking what you anticipate might be an unpopular position, but reflecting your concerns and your expertise. So thank you for your courage in that. Do you have a motion you'd like to make?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Any comments on Commissioner Flanagan's concerns? Commissioner Tile, I'm sorry, I think Commissioner Tile first and then Commissioner McBride, if that's okay. Commissioner Tile?
Sure. I think Commissioner Flanagan anticipated this, and the whole point is for us to have a diversity of opinion on this board. But I feel the exact opposite. I feel that delivery is so much, it was already crucial because of the fact that we put it off because there were concerns in the beginning back in 2017. We addressed those concerns, but we also made it exclusive, knowing that we would have licenses where the barriers were lower. But now just the entire concept of delivery is so much more relevant. And if it were up to me, we would be, well, we've already said we would do this, doing outreach to municipalities, making sure they have all of the materials that they need in order to move forward, and keeping the lines of communication open with all the other areas of government to make sure that they know we've passed delivery, we've taken into account all of the public safety and public health concerns that came up previously, that we have this equity program. Here's the purpose of why we have made a delivery program, but then also here's why delivery is so important right now. So I think it's the top priority as far as I'm concerned, other than, of course, keeping people safe.
Thank you, Commissioner Tile. Commissioner McBride?
So it's actually appropriate, I guess, that I would be the third person to speak here, because I'm right in the middle of my previous two colleagues who spoke. So my initial take when we a couple of months ago, sort of went into this social distance, remote kind of concepts and put those into place was that, and I think I said this out loud to some people, I would be loath to issue a new license in this context, because it just, there was so much uncertainty, and that uncertainty still remains with some things. But I have to say that I think that the work that our staff has done in thinking through so many elements of what we have to do on a daily basis as an agency has led me to have increased confidence in the ability to address issues as they come up. And I believe that, speaking to Commissioner Flanagan's point, there are going to be issues that come up with regard to delivery. And speaking to Commissioner Title's point, we have thought through a lot of those issues, but to be very clear, there are issues that we have not foreseen that we will be forced to address, that are going to come up, and that we are going to need to figure out how to respond to those issues. All of that being said, I think that where we are right now and the thoughtfulness that has gone into this stepped approach, and it was, the thoughtfulness that we adopted as part of our regulations that now has then, begun implementation at the staff level, that gives me renewed confidence that as we break off pieces of this, we can move forward. And so if we, pre-certification being kind of the first example of that, I am comfortable moving forward with pre-certification, understanding that we do need to do municipal outreach. We do need to do outreach generally to the public and make sure that we are being very clear and answering all of the questions that members of the public, that municipal officials, that potential applicants, future applicants have. So I appreciate both of my colleagues' points on this, and I think that we don't have all of the answers, but I do believe that at least as we sort of march forward on this, I think that we have the raw material to be able to provide those answers. And also, you know, I sort of go back to kind of some of the basics of, you know, why I think we're at a point right now where we have allowed for there to be these types of licenses issued, and it is, you know, it's this. We're in the middle right now of uncharted territory, but, you know, we know or suspect, right, that just because other people are staying at home, it doesn't mean that the illicit market is staying at home. That is still, it still exists, it's still there, it is still available, and starting to chip away at that is extremely important, I think. And I think that this provides us with, you know, a tool to start to get there, and it's important to do so. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Before I ask for a motion, anything else? Actually, there'll be two motions. Anything else? I just wanted to thank you all for your comments on this. I know this is a hard one, and I appreciate not only the comments but the mutual respect and consideration shown for one another. So, Mr. Executive Director, could you please read the first requested motion?
Sure. So it'll simply put, I think it's that the suitability determination for the relevant parties for a delivery-only license be based on the applicant's disclosures within the pre-certification application.
Thank you. Before I ask for a motion, any comments or questions on that specific language that the Executive Director just read? Okay. Could I ask, please, for a motion to approve the language just read by the Executive Director?
So moved.
Is that Commissioner McBride?
Yes.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Commissioner Doyle, is that correct? Yes. Let's make sure that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
No.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Teitel?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the motion by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Doyle, McBride, Teitel, and Hoffman voting in favor. Commissioner Flanagan voting nay. Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, could you read language on the second motion that you're requesting?
Sure. That the commission delegate the approval authority for pre-certification for delivery-only applications to the Executive Director.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on that before I ask for a motion?
Can I just make one request?
Yes, sure. Commissioner McBride, please go ahead.
If this motion carries and delegation is approved, could we please include that in the monthly reports, the number of pre-certified applicants?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, then could I please ask for a motion to approve the language that was just read by the Executive Director?
So moved.
That was Commissioner Teitel, I believe, that made that motion. Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Teitel made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Teitel?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you very much. Mr. Executive Director, is there anything else on the topic of delivery and pre-certification that we need to discuss?
No, not at this time. Again, I think to reiterate, we are well on track. This is the final piece that was missing to release this application through the cannabis industry portal by May 28th. So that is still our plan and expectation, and this was an important element to allow us to achieve that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, my thanks and our thanks to all the staff that worked on this and are continuing to get us down this path. So thank you very much. Okay, Erica, next slide, please. Thank you. So the last topic for commission discussion and potentially vote is the issue of minimum equity threshold for economic empowerment. I think that the conversation we just had on the topic of delivery actually is a pretty good introduction here. This is an issue of staff interpretation of a regulation in terms of what level of equity an economic empowerment applicant had to maintain to retain their status. And the question was asked multiple times, and the staff responded after multiple requests by putting out a communication to economic empowerment and social equity applicants about their interpretation. So nothing has changed here. There has just been now a broader communication of a staff interpretation, but based upon that broader communication, I think two things have happened that make it appropriate for us to have a conversation at the commission level. One is we did get a large amount of pushback from economic empowerment applicants as well as social equity program participants that I know I certainly took seriously. I'm sure the other commissioners did. There's concern, at least among some commissioners, that the staff interpretation is different than the commissioner's own interpretation of this regulation, and it's appropriate to therefore bring it to the commission, have a discussion, and give appropriate guidance to the staff as necessary. So that's the topic here. I'm open in terms of who would like to kick it off, but I do think it's appropriate and necessary for us to have a conversation on this topic. But I do want to underscore once again, this was not a change. This was just a communication of an interpretation that's been in place for a while, but that communication has caused feedback to the commission and caused me and I think the other commissioners to say, let's have a discussion about this. So I'd like to use that as an introduction to kick it off and welcome an opening comment from any of the commissioners. Who would like to go first?
So I actually think that
Commissioner Title, Commissioner McBride, you have the floor. Sorry.
So I actually think that there's that's accurate, but I think we actually need to go back a little bit and kind of figure out how we got to where we are. So in kind of looking through this and trying to figure out what in my mind was the right interpretation here, where I landed was that there really isn't, it really isn't sort of a matter of interpretation. We have a regulation that, in the definition of economic empowerment priority applicant states, it means an applicant who demonstrated and continues to demonstrate 3 or more of the following criteria. So I sort of took that and was like, there was confusion on my part about how is this even sort of a matter of interpretation. So then I actually went back further to our previous version of our regulations, the first regulations that we adopted. And if you look back at those regulations, our definition for economic empowerment priority applicant is actually very, very different than the definition that's in our regulations today. And in fact, the component of our regulations that talk about the economic empowerment criteria does not have a requirement, or did not have a requirement then, that it be a continuing demonstration. So that actually resolved, I think, some of my confusion about how did we even kind of get here today.
Thank you for your detective work, by the way.
But I think
it helps me as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think it's important though to raise this, because I think that it sort of identifies a couple of different issues, and it actually reflects on what Commissioner Title brought up about sort of interpretations, and it also, I think, kind of also raises issues of when we change policy, how is that getting infiltrated throughout our entire structure, and how is it getting conveyed out to the public, and how efficiently and completely are we doing that? So I think that this has been sort of a it's been sort of like a growing pain moment, right? Where getting the emails that I've gotten over the last couple of weeks has, it raised a lot of concern in my mind. But then I actually, when I kind of ripped it apart and figured out where kind of the moving pieces were, it made me feel a little bit like, okay, it was kind of like right-sized it, and this was an evolving policy that we kind of walked into, and at some point, maybe there were kind of like breakdowns about how information was getting to the people that actually need to use that information. So this is, I think it's a learning moment for us. It's a teachable moment for us. But I think that it also really talks about we are a regulatory agency, and it's not incumbent upon, it's not one person kind of giving their perspective on something and then another person giving their perspective on something. And we have to speak with one voice, and the way that we are defining who makes those choices and what that voice is, and then how it's conveyed out to the public is extraordinarily important. In a lot of ways, I mean, that's the ball game. We are 5 commissioners, as well as a very competent and large, staff that every day is coming into work, and we need to make sure that we're not sort of spitballing, right? That like when we are dealing with questions, that we are really kind of pulling them apart and thinking them through and coming up with the answer. And it is the answer that is the answer of the commission, all of us, not the answer of Commissioner McBride or the person who answered the phone on Thursday, or Commissioner Flanagan. It's got to be complete and comprehensive and thoughtful. So I kind of feed that out into the discussion, because I do think it's really important to understand the history and not just kind of take this as, well, what I was doing, which was, wait, where did this come from? I can read these words and I see that this is what the regulation says, and I needed to kind of step back and be like, okay, but wait a minute, there had to be something that happened before that, because I know us, I know how we draft regulations, I know the competency of the people who come around these regulations to get them into place. And it just made me scratch my head and go, there had to be something that happened at some point along the way, because it just didn't, it wasn't matching up for me. So.
Okay. I thank Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle? Commissioner Doyle, have you left us already?
Nope, sorry, talking on mute. So I am now live, hopefully also.
You are live. Please keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. So I may be about to simply amplify one part of what Commissioner McBride just said, but one thing that I do recall in the spring of 2018 is we did specifically have a discussion about what needed to be in place for an ongoing evaluation of economic empowerment applicants, because I think there was a discussion in the public that was already raising concern about, if you get certified as an economic empowerment applicant, what role do you need to maintain to be able to be considered an economic empowerment applicant once we got applications really up and running, which at that point was still, I think, a matter of a month or so away. And so if we look back at those minutes, there was a discussion about this issue, but I think at that time it was intended to be, not deviating from our regulations, but carrying our regulations forward. I agree with everything Commissioner McBride said. I do think this is something that needs to be top to bottom at the commission, and I hope we can get this resolved.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Doyle. Commissioner Tuttle?
So I agree with everything that Commissioner McBride said as well. And I think that some important context relative to what Commissioner McBride just explained is that the statute is really specific about what economic empowerment priority review is. It laid out 2 weeks back, 2 Aprils ago, when we would identify applicants who met this criteria, and then the one and only benefit was priority review. And then because for all the reasons that we have gotten on surveys and feedback and other places, the lack of capital, the lack of municipality engagement with equity concerns, etc., it didn't work out that we were licensing economic empowerment applicants. And so we decided then to make new benefits. And that is why we changed really what economic empowerment applicant benefits were meant to be. And then the continuing requirement to meet the criteria became important. So I hope that makes sense. But back to the question at hand, I think the phrase is the buck stops here. I think that when that's said, what you mean is regardless of how it happens, we're the commissioners and we're responsible for this. And I'll say myself in particular, I feel responsible given that I've led on a lot of these issues. And my proposal would be to just simply admit that as an agency, we messed up here. We should not have made this change without appropriate public discussion and opportunity to comment. So I have a few thoughts about moving forward, but the most important one, which I'll propose and then pause for other people's feedback, is that I would recommend that effective immediately, we reverse this decision, go back to requiring 51% majority ownership and control in order for economic empowerment applicants to receive benefits, which is how I think the regulations would be plainly read.
Okay, let me thank you very much, Commissioner. I guess I have 2 comments on what you said. I agree with your recommendation. However, I also believe this is something that really needs to be thought through going forward as part of our current regulatory round, because I can make a strong argument, as you know, I've made to you, whether you agree with it or not is your prerogative, but I can make a strong argument that it is beneficial to economic empowerment applicants to give them flexibility on capital structure, that it might make it easier for them to raise financing. And we're not requiring them to go below 51%, but this decision, which I agree with you that we should reverse, but this decision gave people flexibility. They did not have to go below 51%, but if it made sense, they could. So I still think it's a good thing, but I think it's a very complicated topic, needs to be thought through carefully in the regulatory round. And I agree and support with your recommendation for an immediate decision to reverse. So that being said, I thank you, Sean, and the staff for the information you passed our way a couple of days ago. We do have a decision to be made that if we go the route that you suggested, Commissioner Title, we have a decision to make about grandfathering. There are 3 entities, economic empowerment entities, that are below the 51% threshold. I believe that they're the remainder of the economic empowerment entities that have licenses, that have received licenses from us, are at or above the 51% threshold, but there are 3 current licensees that are below. And I think it's really important, if we go the route that you're suggesting, Commissioner Title, that we also discuss what we do in terms of grandfathering or not those 3 entities. Does that make sense? Do you, Commissioner McBride?
Yeah, I have a question. So are we talking about, we're talking about 3 applicants or 3?
Mr. Executive Director, is it 3 applicants or 3 licenses?
So you're talking about, so I mean, maybe we need to, at what point, so was it prior to November 1st of 2019? I mean, I think, because that's kind of, that's the switch, right? Like that basically got flipped, right? It was not in regulation in the way that it made it very explicit that you had to continue to demonstrate prior to November 1st of 2019. So I think that that's where I guess I'm kind of, asking like what was the kind of trigger event that would change the standing of one of those licensees?
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure that I respectfully agree with that. To me, the operative timeframe is today. If we were to take the action requested by or suggested by Commissioner Title, then today we would put 3 people out of compliance with that, regardless of when they actually structured the equity deal that they're operating under right now. So to me, the operative requirement is that, we have put, if we go forward this way, we will put 3 people out of compliance. What do we do with them? And I'm not sure, in my mind, I see a difference between when they got out of compliance, but they are out of compliance if we go the route that was just suggested.
But here's the thing is that that's why I'm asking about applicants versus licensees, because the economic empowerment priority applicant is that moniker, right? Attaches to somebody who is prior to licensure, right? It's for purposes of that applicant status. That's why I'm asking that question.
Mr. Executive Director, can you just, you have the data in front of you?
I do. So I think to answer the question Commissioner McBride asked, these would be at this current time licensees, some of which do hold multiple licenses, but the license dates range from November 2019 through March of 2020. But to your other question, as far as applications that come in would be evaluated based on the current regulations.
Right. I mean, I guess I'm not disagreeing with you, Mr. Chairman, about the grandfathering of those licensees. I mean, that is a benefit that has already been given, right? I mean,
Right,
there's an interest there that's already been given. So I think that's fine to grandfather. But just to be clear, is that the extent of where we would be potentially, I guess, kind of shifting our perspective on this or affecting a change? Is it limited to those 3?
I'm not sure I'm following the question. Could you try that again, please?
Well, I mean, I think because of we have like this moment in time, right, where you had 2 weeks, you applied to be an economic empowerment priority applicant. Your certification attached at that point in time. Is there anyone else who could potentially be negatively affected by us going to the interpretation or the plain reading of the definition?
Would you referring to like someone that is in the application queue that has fallen below? I think that's a good question. I don't know that we know the answer. Sean, would we know the answer to that off the top of our head? We'd have to do some research, I would suspect.
We'd probably have to do some research, although I would say at this point, any entity that would be under review would have priority stat, would be reviewed immediately now because of their priority review status. So I think we would have to do some research, but to my knowledge and as a best guess possibility, I'm not aware of anyone that this would impact immediately. That said, I think what I'd also like the commission to clear up is we have this current notice that went to all economic empowerment applicants that does state 10%. If the commission does, based on the plain reading of that regulation, we would still need to update that notice to all any and all economic empowerment applicants, knowing that they may be preparing an application as well. Yep. And may, as a result of that notice that went out, rely on it, and I think it needs to get updated and remedied.
Agreed. Commissioner Doyle, I think you're next in the queue.
Yes, and this is an awkward question to ask in a public meeting, but I'm wondering if there's been any analysis done on the issue of changing the regulations that has a potential impact on existing contracts, because I know that is an issue that popped up when I was preparing the host community agreement report. And I just want to make sure that someone in legal has actually done that work, because I think that's an important consideration as we go forward in any decision on this.
Mr. Executive Director, I mean, I guess to Commissioner Doyle, to me, that's about the point about grandfathering, so that we wouldn't get in the way of existing contracts. But to your specific question about has legal done any analysis of this, Mr. Executive Director, do you have any comment on that?
That specific analysis has not occurred, no.
So, but would grandfathering address your concern, Commissioner Doyle, or is it greater than that?
No, in a way it will. The problem that I see as we're discussing it is we need to know what the parameters of the grandfathering should be.
Right.
So as to be able to address those that are effective, because just because you even haven't submitted your application yet doesn't necessarily mean you don't have an existing contract.
Yep.
And there may be a different level of protection afforded when you're an applicant rather than when you're a licensee. But I think that review and that evaluation needs to be done so that the commission can make an informed decision.
I agree. I think that's a good point. Thank you. So can we separate, or is it really one discussion about, can we separate the suggestion, I think, that both Commissioners McBride and Title have made to kind of immediately revert back to the original interpretation, with the caveat that the Executive Director said that we need to do the right job, not just make that decision, but communicate it appropriately? Can we separate that from the conversation that I started, that Commissioner Doyle just expanded, I think, very thoughtfully, to what we need to do to, in terms of grandfathering to multiple categories of entities that might be affected by this decision? So are those, can we take a vote on the first and work on the second is my question.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, I don't know that we need to take a vote on the first. I mean,
it's fair enough. I'm sorry.
It's in
Go ahead.
regulation. Like it's right there. It's just a matter of how it's, what Commissioner Doyle raised, how grandfathering, may have, there just may be other implications that, affect real rights, real contract rights.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I mentioned another comment. Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Other comments on whether we think a vote is necessary here, or it's just something that, we just assert that this is the language of the regulation and this is the interpretation that we instruct staff to take of it? Can I just go ahead, Commissioner Title?
I think that, well, let me first say what I think we should do about grandfathering and then raise a point. So there are 3 entities with 8 licenses that have received the benefit of priority review, when perhaps they should not have, but it's through no fault of theirs, and we certainly can't take away that benefit now. So I say we let that move forward, but then from now on, if they don't have majority ownership by economic empowerment applicants, they should not be entitled to any other benefits for economic empowerment applicants. I also think that when we're talking about grandfathering and we are considering anyone who might have made a decision about a contract based on the fact that they had this 10% interpretation, we also have to consider that there were others, I would guess more, who were making decisions with contracts not having that 10% information. So we need to consider both of those groups. And then coming back to what Mr. Chairman, you had suggested in the beginning about considering this issue separately after we reverse the decision, my suggestion would be that we reverse the decision now. We decide about grandfathering before we take a vote. I don't think that we should separate it into 2 votes. I think we need to figure out what we're going to do about grandfathering and then decide. And then as our first decision in the regulatory process, which I believe would be our next meeting, that we come back to this, because people need to have a sense of where the commission is, and 51% and 10% are two very, very different things. And if they're trying to make decisions, they need to know if it's somewhere in between. We need to signal where we are.
Okay, I'm having a little bit of a hard time tracking this. I'm not disagreeing with anybody. I just want to make sure I'm hearing correctly. So I've heard Commissioner McBride suggest that we don't need to do anything in terms of vote with respect to the 51% minimum threshold, other than, as the executive director pointed out, communicate that appropriately and effectively, given the communication that's gone out previously. With respect to grandfathering, I believe that Commissioner Doyle has, I at least agree with her that it's a complicated matter, and certainly I actually agree with what you suggested for the current licensees, Commissioner Title, but I think it's way more complicated to go back and look at the other categories of people potentially affected that Commissioner Doyle raised, and I think we should get on that immediately. But what I'm hearing is Commissioner McBride suggesting that 51%, we don't have to do anything, it's back in place, but we need to do this analysis so we can figure out appropriate grandfathering for the various categories of people that are affected. And then I'm hearing on top of that, so I've got those two things that I'm hearing, and then I'm hearing, I think, that you believe we should have a special regulatory round and decide by next month if we're going to change this, which I think is quite, I just want to understand if I'm hearing you correctly. And I guess my initial reaction is I'm not sure that's feasible, but maybe start with, am I hearing you correctly or understanding you correctly?
Well, we're beginning policy discussions at our next meeting, right?
No, not, well, we have to schedule meetings. It might not be at our next regularly scheduled meeting. We might have a special meeting to discuss policy, but sometime over the next month. Yes, I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay. Well, just to reiterate, I do think that we need to discuss this at our next meeting because, again, I don't think we can have, there's so much confusion about this because it's either 10% or it's 51%. I think we need to have a discussion about, even if we don't finalize it, where we are in that spectrum.
As I said, when I originally introduced this topic, I think that it should be in our next regulatory round to the extent that the objective is to, at either a regularly scheduled meeting or a special meeting, to have policy discussions on the next regulatory round on key topics, then I absolutely agree. We'll just make sure this is one of those topics that gets discussed. And we'll also work with the executive director and our legal staff to ensure that we put the appropriate effort into doing all the research and background work necessary to prepare for a policy discussion.
Okay. Can I just clarify?
Sure.
So I would like to suggest that we still take a vote, even if the vote is just confirming that our interpretation of the regulations is that majority ownership is required, just because I would like that to be clear by a vote. And then I think it's fine what you just suggested that we take this up with our other discussions, but can we take it up first?
What do you mean first?
As the first topic.
We're going to get through every topic in our next meeting, but yeah, I guess, sure, we can put it up. We can put it first on the agenda.
I think that's important. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll ask Commissioner McBride first to respond to Commissioner Title's suggestion, but I'd love to hear from other commissioners as well about vote versus no vote. Commissioner McBride?
I guess I'll be agnostic on that. I don't think we need to vote on something that is, it's stated in the regulation, but if it's if it's perceived as a change in, kind of big commission policy, then sure, I'm fine with taking a vote on it. I guess I'm confused about the discussion on potential policy changes or what that conversation would be. I'm not following that. I'm sorry.
Well, I guess let me tell you what I'm thinking. If Commissioner Tyler wants to amend it or modify it or tell me she disagrees. My thought is that because just as a response to this situation and the confusion, You know, I feel this is an important topic for us to consider deeply, whether it should stay at 51% or not, and if not, at what level it should be. I think that's just a really important and quite honestly complicated topic. I thought that it made sense to take advantage of the fact that we are in the middle of a regulatory process to just make that a topic, like the other ones that we're working on right now, make it a topic for our current regulatory round. And work it the same way we're working other topics, you know, assign it to one of the writing teams or one of the teams, have them do the research, and then bring it up as a policy discussion, as we will have for multiple other regulatory topics at a meeting to be scheduled later this month or in early June.
Okay.
So that's my proposal. Is that Commissioner Tuttle, or is that consistent with your thoughts?
Yeah.
So does that make sense, Commissioner?
Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
Vote or no vote?
So I actually agree with Commissioner McBride. I don't think that a vote is necessary.
Okay.
But even though it's not necessary, there has clearly been a lot of confusion here. So I would like to move
Wait.
that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tuttle. Sorry. Go ahead.
I figure we can have a better discussion if it's clear what my motion is. The motion is just confirming that our regulatory intent is for benefits related to economic empowerment status to be for entities that are majority owned and controlled by economic empowerment applicants.
Thank you, Commissioner Tuttle. Before I ask for a second on that motion, Commissioner Doyle or Commissioner Flanagan, would you like to weigh in or make any comments?
I don't really see the need for a vote. I mean, I think if we work through this like a regulatory issue, like we're working through everything else, then that's a process to take and that's fine, but whatever people want to do.
Commissioner Doyle, any thoughts?
I think the regulations are what they are. If we're taking a vote to reaffirm our existing regulations, my only concern would be is that where we've apparently had a conflicting interpretation, whether or not people are going to interpret this vote as being more meaningful than simply reaffirming our existing regulations and constituting some sort of change.
Okay, thank you. So, Commissioner, would you like to make your motion, or keep the motion in place, and then I will ask for a second and a vote?
I'm unclear on whether people would be voting no. I would just like to know that before I.
You want to know the outcome of the vote before you ask for it?
Well, somebody thought that this regulation could be interpreted other than the way that I'm suggesting we affirm we meant it, right? That's the whole point of why we're here.
Right.
So that's why I'm suggesting a vote.
Okay.
If there is a reason why we shouldn't have a vote, I would ask that someone explain it to me again, please.
I'll take a stab at it, Mr. Chairman, if you...
Go ahead, Commissioner Doyle.
Okay. The only reason that I would be concerned about taking a vote is, as we have sometimes seen, people misinterpret what is happening at a meeting and will occasionally comment on it on social media, at which point it catches fire and spreads like crazy. I think where we have a discussion and an agreement to work on something and make it more clear, it's harder to misinterpret that in a communication where we take a vote that is something that is different than what may have been communicated in the past. It feels like a change and gets reported as a change. And then the people who are worried that they may be affected by that change, understandably, get even more anxious and more worried. So it's not necessarily a legal reason so much as a perception reason, that I am concerned that if we take a vote right now without people understanding fully what we're doing and having some questions that remain unresolved, that we could cause some confusion. That would be just my basis for thinking maybe we should abstain, not usually using it in the normal sense of the word, but abstain from taking a voting action right now that might cause confusion, but instead agree that we're all going to work forward to either clarifying through regulatory means, clarifying through communication, getting clarity on the legal issues, and going forward that way, which is a very long-winded way of saying perhaps this would be better just to keep it a discussion level rather than mislead people into thinking something momentous happened.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just like the way that Commissioner Doyle said "we." So my question is, are you staying?
Wait, say it. Well, she's got a little more time this afternoon. Commissioner Title?
Well, so my ultimate goal, whether we take a vote or not, is just to make sure that this meeting doesn't end without having a clear resolution of where we are now.
Yep.
So let me ask the executive director a question, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, are you comfortable at this point reversing the decision because it was not a commission level decision? Are you comfortable reversing this interpretation of a 10% minimum ownership threshold for economic empowerment?
I am, and maybe I can cut through the vote question a little bit as well, if you'll indulge me. My intent would be to reissue the notice that went out April 17th with the correct and the, never mind the correct, but with the interpretation in the plain reading of that regulation. If the commission were insisted on taking a vote and was interested in taking a vote, perhaps that could be the direction to me, is that the message or the notice that was sent out was incorrect, and therefore the direction could be to reissue it with the proper reflection of that regulation.
Okay, look, we're all in alignment here about what the right thing is in terms of, you know, what the regulation means and how it should be interpreted, and what the path is going forward. So if you're comfortable, Commissioner Title, would you just make a motion consistent with what the executive director just said, and I'll ask for a second and we'll take a vote?
Yes, thank you. Can I just say so moved?
Sure. Can I have a second, please?
Second,
I'm sorry, who was that?
McBride.
McBride. Okay, so let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Doyle, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you very much. Mr. Executive Director, do you feel like you need any more guidance from the commission at this point in time?
I think the guidance has been sufficient. I'm content.
Are there any other comments or questions before we move on? Thank you, guys. This is a complicated topic. I thought we had, you know, a little bit of a meandering conversation, but we got to the right place, and I appreciate everybody's contribution. This is complex. I think we ended up in the right place, so thank you very much, everybody. Okay, I think we're through the agenda with one exception. Before I announce the time and location of the next meeting and ask for a motion to adjourn, there is one matter that we have to discuss, much to my chagrin. And Commissioner Flanagan gave a little bit of an anticipatory warning about that, which is this is our last meeting with Commissioner Doyle. And I, for one, will miss her greatly. But what I wanted to do is ask if any of my fellow commissioners would like to make comments, and then I'd like to make some comments at the end of that. So nobody's required to say anything nice about Kay, but if anybody would like to, please raise your hand. Commissioner Title.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to think about what would be an appropriate thing to say because the work that you have done and the amazing progress that you've made and the commitments and the incredible work that would have made this industry completely different if it weren't for you have all been noted over the past few weeks. And I don't want to repeat them. And they'll be remembered forever, honestly. But I remembered one time I was having a conversation about on Twitter about whether it's rude to email staff members after hours. And we were going back and forth. What do you do if you're a working mom, you're working on a different time zone or whatever, and you say to someone, you don't need to write back. How do they feel about it? Blah, blah, blah. So we're having this conversation and we're like agonizing over it. I didn't even know, that you were paying attention. And the next day at 10 a.m., I get an email from you and you say, hey, Shalene, it's Kay. I'm testing out the delayed delivery feature in Outlook because I wanted to see how we can make sure that we're being compassionate to staff. And I just thought that was such a good demonstration of who you are because you have this low-key compassion and just ability to solve problems so beautifully, so directly, and not even need to take credit for it. And that's how you've been this whole past 3 years. And I also want to mention it because there's been a lot of talk and jokes about you not being good at tech. And I wanted to clear that up and say you're actually very good at tech, in fact, just like you're good at everything. And it's been such a pleasure working with you, and we're really going to miss you. Best of luck.
Allow me to report. No, I'm kidding. Anybody, other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
I just want to say congratulations, and that I don't think there will ever be another Kay Doyle Roadshow like the Kay Doyle Roadshow I got put on a couple of years ago. Weirdly enough, we have almost matching cars now, which is kind of odd. I think we spent too much time on the road. But the things that I learned from you, really, your dedication to people, what you did at DPH, and then coming over here and really just making sure that we were getting it right. I can't thank you enough. I realized that when we all met in Ashburton on the 3rd floor back in 2017, and we were told we had the open meeting law to adhere to, that did not include conversations about children. And so hopefully Shannon's career I'll be able to follow far beyond today. And it's been great and it's been fun. And good luck with the telecommuting. Hopefully you have a staff of an IT person at least with you. But we'll miss you, and thanks for everything.
Any other commissioners, or actually, Mr. Executive Director, you're obviously welcome if you'd like to say something.
I'd like to say something.
Commissioner McBride, go ahead.
So Kay Doyle, you are going to love her, was the first thing that I ever heard about Kay. And truer words have not been spoken. Well, I came to the commission not knowing you. It really did not take long to understand that your diligence would set the standard for our work product, that your truly British stiff upper lip would set the attitude of what was expected, and that your sense of humor would keep all of us grounded. And so whether it was during fervent regulation drafting sessions at the Social Law Library in the fall of 2017, or sitting back to back with you in our cubicles in Boston, or more recently sitting side by side with you in the office in Worcester, you have been a steadfast colleague, work day in and day out for longer than this commission has existed, has shaped legalized cannabis in the Commonwealth. But it was pretty early on our ferry ride back from the Martha's Vineyard listening session in October of 2017 that I realized that you were going to end up being a good friend. And I'm really glad that I was right about that. I'm thankful that I've been in the trenches with you for all the work that we've done over the past 3 years. I know that I am better off for it, but more importantly, so too is the Commonwealth for the work that you have done. And so you are going to be missed. I hope you are not a stranger, and I wish you good luck and Godspeed.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. I have a few personal things to say, Commissioner Doyle, but before I do that, I want to thank our Chief of Staff, Eric Crispelli, and David Lakeman, our Director of Government Affairs. We have some messages for you now. Given the way state government works under the best of times, it's slow, and so we're not quite there yet. So I have one actual letter for you. I have language on a House and a Senate resolution that have not yet passed, but I'm told will. And we are also waiting for letters from your other two appointing authorities. But I thought at the very minimum, I would read the letter from Attorney General Healy, if you don't mind. And we will get you a physical copy of this at some point in the future, hopefully not too far down the road. But let me read the letter. Dear Commissioner Doyle, I'd like to thank you for your service as one of the first Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commissioners. Throughout your tenure on the commission, you have used this historic role to ensure safe, equitable, and sustainable regulations regarding cannabis use for the Commonwealth. Your hard work and dedication were evident as you helped lead efforts to create a transparent and fair process to comprehensively and safely regulate adult use cannabis on an expedited time frame. You have distinguished yourself through your work as chair of the Energy and Environment Working Group to set nationally recognized energy and environmental standards for cannabis cultivation. Your work on the commission has been instrumental in standing up the cannabis industry in Massachusetts in a way that protects and promotes public health and public safety, as well as agriculture and small business. As one of your three joint appointing authorities, I sincerely thank you for your work on behalf of the people of the Commonwealth as a member of the Cannabis Control Commission. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Very truly yours, Maura Healy. Isn't that nice? I hope you're flattered by that. As I said, I know that the other two appointing authorities are working on letters, and the House is voting today, if I'm correct, on a resolution, and the Senate is going to take up a resolution the next time they take up resolutions. So hopefully this will all come together not too far down the road. But to me, it is an absolute testimonial to not just how hard you worked and how much of a contribution you made, but a testimonial to how you went about doing everything that you did for the commission in terms of taking your responsibilities incredibly seriously, trying to do the right thing all the time, and frankly succeeding in doing that. And so, you know, I take back everything I've said about your technological shortcomings. It's just been a great pleasure working with you. I've learned an enormous amount from you, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to work together over the last almost 3 years. I wish you absolutely all the best.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. And I have a tremendously swelled head now.
Do you have any do you have any remarks you'd like to make?
I do, but first and foremost, I want to demand equal time because this moment will come for all four of you. So I would like to appear as a special guest of the commission to embarrass you.
Since I have the longest remaining term, you have my commitment on that.
Hooray! So a few quick, I swear quick, remarks. First, it's been an honor and a privilege to serve the Commonwealth with you all as one of the first commissioners. I want to thank the chairman for his leadership and also for the business acumen that he brought to the role, because that is definitely an area that I have a very large gap, and really appreciate the patient explanation of various issues over the years. Commissioner McBride for her very thoughtful analysis and dedication, and also making me laugh in the cubicles, which actually I could say for all of you, but Britta and I happen to sit next to each other. So at times of stress, it was very, very helpful to have someone to laugh with or be outraged with. Commissioner Flanagan, my barnstorming friend. We've traveled around the Commonwealth together, for her commitment to public health and her dedication to providing opportunity for all of the citizens of the Commonwealth statewide. Commissioner Title, who has opened my eyes to a lot of issues that I was not as familiar with as I am now, and for your impassioned advocacy for social justice and equity issues. It's actually brought a really new flavor to my passion for small business and been very helpful. And we are also fortunate, you know, as we all sit here with the commissioner, you know, working on safe and sensible regulations. If we know nothing else from today, it's also equally important for our team to implement the regulations and do that successfully. And we're so lucky to have, you know, Executive Director Sean Collins, Erica Schiavelli, Alyssa Stack, and many, many others. We'll be here all day if I name them all, but to help us implement the statute, the regulations, and the policies that we've put in place and adopted over the years. So I'm incredibly grateful for them. And I also want to just say to those of you watching who are public or private stakeholders, how important you are and how much we appreciate you being in contact with us. Your input is so important. Please don't feel shy about reaching out to the commissioners. They really do take seriously what you tell them. And I know this is an incredibly stressful time for the community and the industry. And I just hope that people will hang in there. And I know the commission is dedicated to trying to do as much as they can do, much as they can advocate for, to bring all of us back from this crisis. And I just am so grateful and so confident that I can leave for this tremendous opportunity with the knowledge that the commission is going to carry forward the same way that we've managed to do the past 2.5 years. So thank you all. You mean so much to me, and I'm so grateful for my time with you. Time that will not end because I've managed to get all your information and will be stalking you regularly.
Thank you, Commissioner Doyle. We wish you the best, and we will all stay in touch. And I repeat my commitment. You can come back and roast each of us as our terms end in the future.
Hooray!
Okay. Can we have the next slide, please? So our next meeting is June 4th, 2020. It says location TBD. I'm willing to wager a large amount of money that it's going to be another remote meeting, but we'll obviously make that decision and communicate to the public ahead of time. But June 4th, 2020 is locked in. There being no further business for the commission, I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Doyle, your vote, your last vote. Commissioner Flanagan.
She's on mute. She doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, seriously. We've taken away her unmuting rights, right? Commissioner Flanagan.
Last one. Aye.
Before we get too punchy, Commissioner Flanagan, aye. What's your vote, please? Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, we are adjourned as of 2:17 p.m. Thank you very much, and Kay, Godspeed. And everybody else, please be safe.
Thank you.